Slip shot, and that'll race away to the fence. A very structured innings from South Shakil yet again.
That's another one gone. As simple as you like. Leach has to.
This is a tremendous innings. His third 100, batted beautifully.
Pakistan finally bowled out. They did really well with the bat.
Ball now as he pulled off the stunner. He has pulled off an absolutely brilliant catch.
Crawley's 50 has been fabulous watch so far. As always, classy shots to the fence. His 16th Test match 50. And that will be the end of the day's play.
Hello and welcome from Multan Cricket Stadium. We're here for the third day of this test match between Pakistan and England. We're here for the Bank Al Falah series, Kingdom Valley. It was a three-match test series which will be played firstly in Multan, the second one in Multan, and the third one will be finishing off in Pindi. Well, just a quick reminder of what happened yesterday. Pakistan made 556 courtesy contributions from Shan Masood, skipper, leading from the front. Salman Ali Agha, his knock was crucial. Hussain and Amir Suhail on pitch side. Naz, great to have you back in Pakistan. Great to have you on pitch side. Two tough days for England, but they did really well considering there wasn't much in the wicket, no real conventional swing or reverse swing at offer.
Yeah, no swing, no reverse swing, no spin really. The pitch has been pretty flat for 2 days. It's been seriously hot as well. So I thought England, as a captain and a management, you judge your team on their body language, on their speeds, on their energy. And I think they kept that going pretty much all the way through. Either side of tea yesterday, maybe finally the weather and the pitch got to them. There was the missed stumping from Jamie Smith and a drop catch from Atkinson as well as at mid-wicket. But then they went out to bat and sort of recovered from the injury to Duckett. You know, a new opening batsman got out in Ollie Pope. But after that, the world-class player that Joe Root is, and Zach Crawley likes these conditions and likes Pakistan. So it is set up nicely, but fair play to Pakistan. With a side that was under pressure, a batting lineup that was under pressure, whatever you say about the pitch, you've still got to go out and bat well. And they did exactly that, Pakistan.
Well, the batters have done their job. I mean, they scored 556 runs on this wicket contributions from the skipper, and then that all-important innings by Salman Ali Agha in the middle. I mean, his knock was special. We know what he can do with the ball as well. So he's turning out to be a pretty useful all-rounder for Pakistan.
Because of his efforts, he has become integral part of Pakistani lineup. He's a utility cricketer, like you said. And what I like about him, he doesn't wither away from the challenges. He comes out and takes the game to the opposition. And not the first time he has done that. I've seen him doing it so often. And then he can rotate his arm and bowl for Pakistan. And he's got a knack of picking up important wickets. So he has become a complete package.
Absolutely, and we'll see him, like you said, later on, how handy he is with the ball in these conditions, considering if the cracks open up and aid the spinners as well. From an England point of view, it was important to start off well, just in terms of response. Salman Ali Agha, just once again, quick look at his figures, made that important 100. But yeah, so for England, it was important to start off really well. Lost the early wicket of the captain, but then Zach Crawley scoring at run a ball, the pace at which he scores as well. I mean, that's one thing that we'll see, hopefully, throughout the test match of this England batting lineup.
Yeah, definitely, and that tone is set by Zach Crawley. That's why he's been brought in the side and continues to play in the side. Last time here, first test match in Pindi, got an 86 ball 100 on day one. He is dangerous when there's no sideways movement. He only averages 31, 32 in both Test match cricket and first-class cricket, where in England the ball moves around and he looks at times a bit vulnerable. When it's gun barrel straight, as it has been here, he is very dangerous because he hits through the line, he's tall, and he hits it at the top of the bounce. And then bowlers drag their length back a little bit and he pulls them away. His battle with Abrar Ahmed's fascinating already. Abrar got him out 3 times in the last series. He wasn't picking him. And the moment Abrar came on yesterday, Zach Crawley went down the pitch and hit him a few times, a little bit like Shan Masood did to the England spinners. So that battle is going to be key as the series progresses and this Test match progresses.
All right, and then we've talking about Zach Crawley, how prolific he's been, especially in Pakistan when he came last year as well.
And in the end, he took it very easily.
Yeah, it's never easy when you're taking these one-handed catches, Nas. I mean, I'm sure you've had a few while you were playing. It's never easy to be in that position. But that was a stunning catch by Amir Jamal.
It sure was. I think Amir makes a good point. You know, you've just gone out there in the field. You're thinking, if anything, there's going to be an outside edge, so the slip cordon's in play. At mid-wicket, you could be a little bit sort of doping and thinking about your own game and how did I get out and how am I going to bowl on this surface. He was absolutely switched on from ball 1 in the first over. It was a stunning catch, and I like the reaction of the players, the skipper, the bowler. Barber ran at him. It's just a shame there wasn't more in to enjoy such a special moment. Catches like that are just phenomenal and lift aside, especially on this pitch. You can't afford, it's going to be hard enough to get 20 wickets. You can't afford to be trying to get 22, 24, 25 wickets.
Well, that's the real question then, Amir, in these conditions. I mean, how do you get wickets? Because that's what Pakistan needs to do if they are to put themselves in a position to win this match.
Well, the important thing is discipline. What we saw from English bowlers, especially after first spell, they realized that, there is no point bleeding to death. You have to be intelligent enough to bowl on surfaces. And they maintain good lines and lengths. Yes, they were not able to pick up so many wickets, but that discipline in the end worked for them. Post-tea session, they picked up 3 wickets and came back into the game. And I think what Pakistani team needs is discipline. Instead of bowling wicket to wicket, on a pitch like this, that offer more opportunities for the batters to score runs. They have to find the right length just outside the off stump. And I would encourage Naseem Shah to bowl round the stumps. And for Abrar, he has to bowl outside the off stump to be able to get that googly take effect, because he's not a big turner of the ball and there is no point bowling within the stumps. This is the thing which has to be told to him in order to meet some success on a surface like this.
Well, it's time for a short breather. When we do come back, we'll be having a closer look at the pitch. Amir Suhail talking about how Abrar needs to come into the mix of things. We'll find out later after this break if there is something in there for the pitch for Abrar Ahmed.
Third day of the test match, and normally that's the move.
back on pitch side. And day 3 is normally considered the moving day of this test match, but we'll have to wait and find out if things are actually going to be moving. Let's find out from Bazid Khan what he thinks about how this pitch is going to fare today. It's time for the pitch report.
Third day of the test match, and normally that's the moving day. Now, with the surface, it hasn't moved much in terms of development through the patches or any deterioration. Yesterday we saw pretty much the same as the first day. Today I've scanned the whole 22 yards and I've just found maybe a couple of spots. This one is the footmarks created by the faster bowlers. This is too close. This one has developed very slightly. The only thing I can say though is the cracks are now visible slightly more. These cracks have opened up. They've opened up a little, so when you look at the surface you can spot a few widening of the cracks. That maybe suggests that on this third day there might be a bit more in it for the spinners, bit more turn. Although it still looks very flat, although it looks a pitch that you'd want to bat on, maybe that element of slow turn comes into play. Talking to the ground staff, they were hopeful that today will be the day that the game shifts on and it develops the pitch where it turns, and maybe when you hit the crack you get up and down bounce. But as a batter, as a player, you look at the surface and you think, well, I want to bat on this.
Yeah, still largely a batting wicket, Ahmed. A few cracks have opened up, as we've seen. I mean, do you think the spinners can have a role today? We've got Abrar Ahmed, Salman Ali Agha, both can bowl a bit of spin.
Yes, Salman Ali Agha can spin the ball. What we saw after tea, there was a little bit of turn for the left armour. And then the off-spinner, Bashir, started to get some response from the surface. Remember the dismissal of South Shakil? It didn't turn a lot, but there was a hint of spin there. So this pitch will offer something to the spinners, but you have to find the right liner length and the pace.
I mean, from an England perspective, it's very clear that their intent against spin is pretty much going after the spinners. We saw that yesterday against Abrar Ahmed as well. Expecting more of the same today?
Yeah, with this England lineup, I mean, you've got a world-class player of spinning in Joe Root. He won't go ballistic. He just plays with rhythm and flair and timing. He's, what, 39 runs short. There's a record on offer here today to go past Sir Alistair Cook and become England's greatest ever run getter, so there'll be an eye on that. It's a good pitch. I think Pakistan need to drag their lengths back a little bit. Obviously, Shaheen Shah tries to go full early on, but there's not much swing. Try and get it reversing, but try and hit those cracks, bowl back of a length. I think it will get lower. Try and just nip it back onto that front pad of Joe Root or Zach Crawley. And England, listen, England have gone under Bazball era twice. They've gone for 500 in the field. Both those times they've won in Rawalpindi and against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. So listen, it's not. They're still in the game. England have got to get up towards 500. Then that third innings becomes a little bit complicated. What do Pakistan do? I'd rather be in Pakistan's side with runs on the board, but England will try and get as close as possible to them.
All right, Pakistan still very much in the driver's seat, but it's going to be an interesting day's play today. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be looking at other things in more detail, so please don't go anywhere. back on pitch side, and there was a bit of an injury scare for England yesterday. Ben Duckett getting hit on the thumb while he was fielding. But the good news that we're hearing from the camp is that he's fine and he will be coming out to bat at some point. I mean, that must have hurt, Nas, when you're getting hit on the thumb. But like I said, at least he will be coming out to bat at some point today.
Yeah, and he's also someone, although in his test match career he's batted a lot at the top of the order. When he started in domestic cricket, he batted a lot in the middle order, and he's a very good player of spin with the sweeps and reverse sweeps. So some people you worry, openers, as Amir will tell you, openers are very much a specialist position. They don't like being moved, but I don't think it will alter him too much to go into the middle order. He may come in next, he may come in after someone like Harry Brook. But it's just a very good sign for England, not just this game, because they've not got a spare opener in the squad, so it was absolutely vital. It wasn't broken. It looks like he's going to be okay.
Well, this England lineup bats extremely deep. You've got Chris Wokes coming in at that number as well, who can bat as well. Crawley at the top. And then Root is batting out there as well. So it's not going to be easy when you talk about for Pakistan. Obviously, they have to run through quite a few players to be actually getting, sort of a chance at in this test match. But Ahmed, just about Pakistan last year, not last year, when the last time England toured, we remember the Harry Brook was somebody. Pakistan was really at the receiving end from him. And he scored heaps of runs, about 500 runs. So he's going to be an integral member of that lineup.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal series for him, and that was a series which made him recognized all over the world. His talent was recognized, and he was prolific, and he batted fearlessly. He backed his talent, and whenever we saw him batting for England, it was free-flowing innings, and nothing halted him actually. So he has developed some, or should I say, found some issues in his batting. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for him to address those issues, score some runs and gain some confidence.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. He picks up length beautifully, so he plays that pull shot as we saw there very well. Pakistan the seamers might want to bowl wide to him.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. That's all that we have for you from pitch side. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be back just in a bit with all the live action. Don't go anywhere.
shot, and that'll race away to the fence. A very structured innings from South Shakil yet again.
That's another one gone. As simple as you like. Leach has to.
This is a tremendous innings. His third 100, batted beautifully.
Pakistan finally bowled out. They did really well with the bat.
Ball now as he pulled off the stunner. He has pulled off an absolutely brilliant catch.
Crawley's 50 has been fabulous watch so far. As always, classy shots to the fence. His 16th Test match 50. And that will be the end of the day's play.
Hello and a very warm welcome here at day 3 of the first test at the Multan Cricket Stadium. We welcome you into the Bank Alfila presents Kingdom Valley Test Series. Pakistan take on England. The match as it stands, the excellent batting track, an excellent batting track which
changed the pace of the game. But for Pakistan to have 3 men making hundreds in this first innings is a really emphatic start to the series. We know a lot can happen. Pakistan's way, but it took Zach Crawley, a fantastic effort from him to come out and take the counter attack to Pakistan. Morning, Nas. Zach Crawley with another good start.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to everyone out there as well. Zach Crawley, as he does, tries to put the bowler under pressure right from ball 1. Fascinating battle with Abrar Ahmed. Abrar got him out 3 times in the last series out here. He didn't really pick him.
A lot's been spoken about the 22 yards. I already heard from Nas, it is a flat pitch. The batters will fancy themselves for big scores. Cracks, albeit there are some, none of them have deteriorated around the edges. Still a very, very good batting track, David.
Yeah, it's only really 18 yards, of course, of it that count. And the cracks have opened a wee bit. And the cracks are always misleading, I think, because what you will get eventually is maybe a bit of low bounce for the quicker bowlers, so the old one that shoots through. Spinners want rough. I mean, they want a pitch to come apart. They want that surface to dust up. And there's not much evidence of that yet. I mean, the odd one has turned in the space of a couple of days' play. The thing really now is that I think from England's point of view, Nasser's talked about that long batting lineup. Take nothing for granted. Everyone, it's the usual stuff. Everyone has to take responsibility to try and make a big score. They will score at a pace, their usual pace, I'm sure. We saw how Zach Crawley went about it last night. And the danger for Pakistan is that if England do crack on like that, by the end of the day, you've still got 2 days left, and things could be even. Then, of course, you're playing into a different phase of the game. But it's all set up. As you so rightly said, the weather is set fair. There was a rumour of a sandstorm yesterday. I don't know where that came from.
Marcus Trescothick, England's batting coach, said it was going to rain yesterday.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
All set and ready. The start of play here on day 3. Kumar Dharmasena having a bit of a word with the Pakistan contingent, not quite sure what that's about. Joined by Sekat on field as well. And the one piece of good news coming out of the English camp is that Ben Duckett is fit and is available to bat, which is excellent. Shan Masood relaying the message that they might have spoken about. It's going to be a tough day out there, as we saw with the English bowlers. The fielders in particular for Pakistan will have to be on the top of their mark. Amir Jamal led the way yesterday in the fielding department.
Well, we saw words of encouragement from the Pakistan captain, and that's all about unstinting effort. I mean, this is going to be a test of stamina for Pakistan's bowlers, as it was for England's over the major part of the first couple of days. We've seen the spring in the step, both of Crawley and Root, as they took the field just now. And they will have individual targets in mind, they'll have a team target in mind. The one thing that England want to avoid is one of those days where early wickets somehow fall and put the pressure back on themselves. Now, I'm not sure, we can't tell from this distance what the issue is between Pakistan and the umpires, but Shan Masood is animated. If only we had a microphone on a small fly somewhere in the vicinity. Technology, I'm sure, which is available to certain areas, but not to us.
Whatever it is, just by body language, Shan Masood has his own version of it. I'm sure we'll find out soon. And Shaheen Shah Afridi with the new ball. Bowled a 4-over spell to start and then came back for another couple. He had a few close calls, pitched the ball up as he so often does to see and exploit any swing on offer. Maybe for the first couple of deliveries there was a bit of shape, a hint of shape. And since then, largely in particular to Zach Crawley, he bowled the ball across the right-hander to bring that angle in. Somewhere where they'll have to be careful. 9 of the 11 boundaries Crawley scored yesterday through the offside with width on offer. Either it was full or short, he gave it the treatment.
It's all about those fine margins, and the margin for error is so slim on a pitch like this. So bowlers have to be absolutely precise with their lines and lengths. We've seen from Crawley yesterday how despite the fact he's had quite a long layoff, finger injury last summer in the UK, a couple of rounds of golf I mentioned yesterday, which he enjoys, plays really well. He's just got straight into form. These are the boundaries, and this shows you the sort of thing he can do. He loves to have that little bit of space outside the off stump, but if you try and straighten and you go too far towards leg stump, for instance, then he will clip you away through the onside with just the same sort of timing. Anyway, here we go. Oh, no, we don't. Well, thank you for watching day 3 of this first test match.
Maybe not just yet. Already Pakistan came out, the field was set, and they moved it even prior to the first ball was bowled. The man jumped across to the offside, just reinforcement on that ring where he scored those runs. They'll have to be a little bit more straighter to him in around that 4th stump line. Right then, here we go.
As you see that ball die, I think the length is the key. Unless it starts reversing, which it could do, and then you can go a bit fuller. But if it doesn't reverse, hit those cracks hard from back of a length, try and get it to go low. This pitch is only going one way, low, with the odd one that might hit a crack and go up. But bring in the stumps and that front pad, that's what you got to target. Looks like they want to sort of hide the ball a little bit outside off and then surprise you with the straight one.
Nicely timed. Talk about margin of error. He's so strong off his legs as well. Anything straight and faltering in line, he can get you for runs through that onside, and very strong through the offside as well. Square of the wicket in front as well. You have to be very disciplined. Pakistan seam attack. They know what's coming. They know the England batters will come at them hard. Not a lot of balls will be left to fly through to the keeper. Just a little bit of more adjustment. Swap in fielders. Mid-on and mid-wicket go slightly closer to Shaheen Shafi. The mid-wicket now comes up a few yards. Fine leg also goes squarer. Zach Crawley starts in Zach Crawley fashion. Nicely timed, starts the day with the boundary.
He does this so often. I mean, it's a great thing to have as a batsman, to be able to find your form and timing so early in the day. But that's a gift. I mean, for Zach Crawley, that's pretty much exactly where he wants it. Just a decent length, so he can hit it on the up, use that height of his. But he times it so beautifully. And even though there's a man out in the deep there, he had no chance of getting round to it. So it's taken him, what, 3 balls to be up and running.
Well, he's been timing them extremely well. Sound of the bat since he's walked in. 12 boundaries. 48 out of the 68 in boundaries. He's right there in the slot. He doesn't try and overhit it.
What fascinates me about Zach Crawley is that old-style coaching says you get your foot to the ball and you have bat and pad close together and you play straight through the line of the ball. He loves it. He prefers it almost when he's got a gap. Now, that's dangerous when the ball's moving around. I mean, Nasser will talk about Duke's balls and English conditions. In these conditions, that's exactly how he likes it. So it's not quite MCC Coaching Manual 1963. It's Zach Crawley, current era.
No!
First over of the day comes to an England 100 for 1.
Yeah, Harry Brook is similar, actually. Harry Brook doesn't get his foot across, and Sri Lanka in the last series in England worked on that. A, on his patience, bowling 5th, 6th stump. Harry's not the sort of lad that wants to leave every ball. He wants to put bat to ball, but also a technical thing like Zach Crawley. He doesn't move his foot across, so you are playing away from your body a bit.
Yeah, I wondered with the likes of Zach. I mean, for instance, just go back a few years when cricket was off the menu, something called COVID. And Zach, I know, has practiced a lot. He's very lucky he's got facilities even at home. So indoor net, bowling machine, that sort of thing, where you can set yourself against a ball that's not going to do much. I mean, you can make them swing a little bit, yes, you can tweak them in various ways, but you get into a sort of rhythm. And sometimes I would suggest when you need to cope with more movement, then you work out a slightly different technique. But on pitches like this, yeah, it's absolutely ideal for him. Right, early spin then, Aruj, early spin.
I think Abrar will be very crucial for Pakistan. I've already spoken about the lack of swing or lateral movement for the seamers. Having said that, not much in there for the spinners just yet as well. I don't think it'll start turning dramatically either. And he's not one that varies his pace too much. Abrar likes to throw the ball across with a little bit more zip. Doesn't flight it too often either. So his control becomes crucial. Got a man hovering at long on.
Oh yeah! Good ball, good ball.
Have to re-ball that one. No ball from Abrar. Nicely played through the covers. It also brings up the 100 partnership. 122 deliveries. It's third time the two of them put on a 100-run partnership. It's confirmation of Abrar overstepping. And as you mentioned, Abrar versus Zach Crawley. He's got him out 3 times. Even yesterday he preferred going back to him a lot, but in that wanted to play straight.
Yeah, I think that's a good length for Abrar Ahmed. Zach Crawley's so tall and has such a good reach. You bowl your normal length and he's smothering it or belting you straight back down the ground. I think you've got to get that length where you trap him on the crease and target that front pad. See, that's too full. And on this pitch that's not spinning, Crawley and Root will be very comfortable. The other thing is, at the moment, small sample size, Crawley's picking him better than that last tour, but he'd only just seen him.
Yes, shabash, shabash. Yeah.
107 for 1. Yeah, even yesterday you saw Zach Crawley pick one and not just that gesture back to Joe Root. It was the wrong one and he played him well. Like you mentioned, the only thing that has happened few and far in between is the ball's kept low.
Just talking about batsmen picking spinners. It always takes a little while, I think, for anyone just to get used to someone out in the middle. Whatever you see in terms of stuff on videos, computer screens, that sort of stuff, there's no substitute for seeing it in the middle.
He's done well. It was more of a case of the ball hitting the foot. He stopped a certain boundary. He's timed very nicely once again.
Well, a milestone possibly for Root today, and a very important one when he gets to 71. If he gets to 71, he will go past Sir Alistair Cook. David Gower, do you remember going to the top of the tree? Who would you have gone past? Geoffrey Boycott?
Geoffrey Boycott, who was a little miffed at the time.
And then Gucci left you out and went past you.
Well, yes, that's right. Yes. Come back to that. No, Geoffrey, bless him. I mean, Geoffrey saw himself as a very different sort of player. He always reckoned he'd worked a lot harder than I had to get the runs. But the day I got to his mark was comeback day, actually against Pakistan at Old Trafford. And it just got 32 runs I needed, got 70, got out after lunch. And they looked for Geoffrey during the entire afternoon session to come and have a bit of a chat on the balcony with Tony Lewis, who used to front the coverage then for the BBC. They just found him in the nick of time for tea time. But, I mean, I think Geoffrey had a point, to be honest. Very different styles. Different eras in many ways. He's a couple of years older than me. But in the end, you have this sort of mutual respect, don't you, for people who've played enough test matches. I mean, and looking at the list above Geoffrey and myself now, I mean, you mentioned Graham Gooch, slightly mischievously. Graham, a very, very fine player. And I did have a bit of what they call a gap in my career at a crucial time. But Graham was a brilliant pro. Well, that'll be 4. Just the slip and the fine gully in place. It's a very controlled edge. It's just soft hands, controlled edge. Just eases its way through that gap between the two close fielders. No real attempt to push out at the ball. No man down there at third, so easy runs.
That's a lovely sight. Plenty of kids from school, young fans of Pakistan. Well, you can buy your tickets at pcb.tcs.com.pk. Entry is free on the 9th and 10th of October for first class and general enclosures. Also on the 15th of October in the general enclosures in Multan. That'll be the start of the second test. $112 for 1. A certain section of the cricketing world not too far from here worried about Joe Root toppling another record. In a few years, maybe? The great Sachin Tendulkar.
Might do it on this tour if the pitches stay like this, to be honest. If we have 3 pitches like this.
Another 3,500 approximate runs for Joe Root to catch the great man. Maybe a few more test matches than in Pakistan. $15,921 runs to the little master. Just been told 3,485 runs is the difference between Joe Root and Sachin Tendulkar to go as the greatest ever run scorer in Test cricket. First two deliveries from Abrar, slightly fuller. And gets one through the offside.
Oh yes,
Abrar to Crawley, 5 boundaries to him as well. The width in the first couple of overs is what cost him. He altered his line then. That's better to end the over. It's 113 for 1. Run partnership between the 209 at the moment. England 113 for 1. It's been a solid start to the day, in particular for Zach Crawley. The ball's been pinging off the middle of the bat.
Straight away yesterday when Abrar came on, Zach Crawley showed his intent very early, using his feet to get down to him, try and sort of discombobulate the length. Stirred him up a bit.
And that Zach Crawley trying to hit him as straight as possible. Even the field set right now is straight. Shaheen Shah Afridi looking for the odd one, maybe to do a little bit. And as you touched on the fact that they were too full, need to drag their length back.
Yeah, your length is in direct correlation with how much the ball's doing. There's no point just floating up drive balls to Crawley all day if it's not doing anything. You have to drag your length back. You have to sit in and hope for some reverse swing, hope the odd one keeps low. He's done that since that first over. We got driven 4 times.
He's got it on the second attempt. It's that fielder again, perfectly positioned. Zach Crawley goes. It's Shaheen Shah Afridi who has won.
Well, in a sense, that's come from absolutely nowhere. Crawley's timing throughout this innings, both yesterday evening and this morning, has been immaculate. This one just slightly early on the shot. Now, we saw a brilliant catch yesterday, diving away one-handed to his right. It went in ever so cleanly. This one still counts. Second attempt, but it's a crucial wicket, early wicket for Pakistan, and Zach Crawley's dreams of big runs here. Well, he has to limit them to 78, and it's 113 for 2.
Ben Duckett out at number 4, 27 games, 182 his best, just a shy under 40 the average. He did not open because he took a blow to his left thumb, which was under treatment last evening and overnight. Fantastic news for England, wasn't broken, hence why he's fit and ready to bat.
Straight to him. Oh, I mean, that's just one of those moments, isn't it? As a fielder, your heart's in your mouth when you don't take it cleanly to start with, and then it's just a matter of luck whether it bounces in the right direction, when the rebound goes in the right direction or not. But for Crawley, that's a shot he would normally milk. Not only has he hit it in the air, but he's hit it straight at the fielder.
Well, Arouge mentioned in the first over there's some fielding changes. One of those fielding changes was Abrar was at mid-wicket. And Barber mentioned to Shan Masood after yesterday's catch, do you not think Amir Jamal should be at mid-wicket? If that had gone down, Abrar might have said, I was in the right place, Skip.
Right, we're going to watch Ben Duckett very closely here. We know about the injury yesterday to that left thumb, which I think was a dislocation. Now, as a left-hander, anything solid and you're going to jar exactly that area, even if you grip the bat relatively lightly with your bottom hand. And I will bet you that hand comes off the bat a lot, depending obviously how long he stays there, but probably giving him painkillers. They might even have injected the joint, who knows. It's all allowed. But it's going to be something that he's going to be mighty aware of, I'm sure.
Well, the other thing with Ben Duckett is he doesn't leave a lot of balls either. He wants to put bat to ball and to pretty much everything ball at him. That's the injury.
I mean, the only thing that could have made that worse yesterday, I mean, you saw how basically it flicked the top of his thumb, pushed the thumb back into the socket, pushed it out. Then he was lucky because it bounced off his chest back into his hands. You can imagine the ignominy if it had gone down as well. You've got a dislocated thumb, the ball's on the ground.
Duckett gets off the mark. A successful over for Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's 114 for 2. Pakistan and their fielding. A lot of times on the receiving end of a lot of negativity. This time not. Both times Amir Jamal. First one, a sensational grab. Second one, on the other end of the spectrum. Both times eventually held on. That's what's important. Picked up on the field changing, putting your right fielders in the right positions. And it's worked. It's 2 down for England. Zach Crawley was looking in very, very good touch. 78. And Ben Duckett and Joe Root now there in the middle.
This is a different challenge now for Abrar Ahmed. Zach Crawley very much hit down the ground, tall man charging him. Ben Duckett shorter, and as we all know, loves to sweep, reverse sweep. Not as much of a hitter down the ground for the spinner. There is a man on the orthodox sweep and a man on the reverse sweep, but that won't put Duckett off. It's one of his go-to shots.
Into the vacant offside, should look to pick up 2.
And that's the consequence of having a player that reverse sweeps it. That man on the boundary has to be very square to protect for the reverse sweep, which means anything in front, you get 2. It's not just the shot you play, it's the manoeuvring of fielders. That man on the boundary, I think it's Nazim out there, he's almost behind square. He is behind square, so anything in front's a 2.
It's the one thing Ben Duckett in particular, I think it was with Ollie Pope, and that big partnership did, maneuvered the field and toyed with the fielders in front and behind square. This one off the edge, a little bit of flight through the air. Genuine edge gets him 2.
Well, that's the other thing. Whatever turn we've seen in this game, apart from one, and there's not really much turn there, it's just pretty much straight on. We've seen one from Shoaib, which was beautiful, just the right length, the right amount of turn, outside edge. Thank you very much. Pick up a week. That's 1 in 2.5 days. Whatever turn's been has been tended to be slowish. There goes Duckett with the first of those onside shots. And he's connected rather nicely with it, so no apparent problems with that bottom hand. And he's straight into his stride.
Yeah, 5 balls to get one of his sweeps out. He's got many options, many varieties in his repertoire. That one, the slog sweep, which goes in front of square. So a different challenge for Abrar. Maybe a little bit slower. The odd one fired up full to try and get under the bat.
Yeah, too short. Very easy for Ben Duckett. He picks up back-to-back boundaries to close out Abrar's over. It's 126 for 2.
It's a very unforgiving pitch, isn't it? I mean, yes, it's short, a long way short. Yeah, with the lack of pace in the pitch, any batsman has time just to sit back, plenty of time to watch the ball. There's no great deviation, so yes, that's an absolute freebie.
He's got the highest strike rate in the last 5 years. And the man to come in next as well, striking at just under 89. That is phenomenal. We talk about Ben Duckett not wanting to leave. In fact, I think with the English Summer it was mentioned that he's got the least percentage in letting the balls fly through the keeper.
I mean, it's basically fantastic hand-eye coordination. And he hates the leave. Probably not in his dictionary. But it's a brilliant talent to have. I mean, yes, of course, it comes with the odd risk, but the figures show that he's embraced the risk, he's managed the risk, he makes his runs, he makes them quickly.
As long as you eventually hold on. Just in the nick of time as well.
It's lucky he's got flexible knees. A lot of people wouldn't have recovered actually from the drop because it wasn't bouncing up out the hand, it was dropping. So very quickly that second grab had to be a bend of the knees, rapid bend of the knees, get the hands underneath it again. So actually good reaction second time round.
I think becomes important. A lot of the times the momentum will take you off balance, and hence why the second grab becomes difficult because you go away from the ball. Stayed low. Shine Shafri to Zach Crawley. Again, width was on offer. He timed them really well, and then one with Zach Crawley normally would have dispatched. Fielder perfectly positioned. It was up in the air as well. You could see the disappointment on Zach Crawley's face as he walked off.
Yeah, I mean, you see that graphic and you think, oh yes, right, place to bowl to Zach Crawley on leg stump. That's up in the air, but it's perfectly safe. The first short ball of the day, the first test from the short ball of the day. Oh, Joe Root just swats it away.
Well, he's in form. He's in prolific form. The numbers will tell you as well. Leading the rankings in test batters, Joe Root. Phenomenal in all conditions. One thing is scoring at home. The measure of a test batsman comes from the runs they score away from home in foreign conditions.
Well, we've seen some clean striking this morning. We've seen clean clothes everywhere as well. And why is that? Because somewhere on this ground, somewhere in the dressing room, there's piles of super soft. Cleans like a dream. Look at them. They've been at the Super Saf as well. Beautifully attired.
Nicely played. This time in front of that sweeper. Fielder picks up two more. Every now and then you just see Babar Azam also tinkering with the field, relaying messages back to Shan, making sure all the fielders exactly where they want them. England 136 for 2.
Lovely stuff today.
One wicket and 40 runs in the first 7 overs. 136 for 2. Not much happening with the pitch, but still England trail by 420. In Pakistan, we're looking at the batters taking a bit more risk, which England are always going to do. They're going to go after the bowling, so they'll probably be in the game. That's why there's so much discussion on the field. A deep mid-wicket in place for Abrar. Has to get that through the offside. With me, Ramiz Raja and Michael Lathan. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Yeah, I mean, every time he's flighted the ball around that off-stump area out of the rough, it has done something. So I'm quite happy Abrar experimenting with a flatter trajectory when it comes to googly. That's swept beautifully. He's a go-getter, Duckett. He's not going to stop himself. Instinctively aggressive. But for his leggies, I think it'd be better served just flighting it a little bit more and getting a response out of that rough area. I'm sure he'll get it.
And with the aggressive nature, Shan Masood has to tinker with the field all the time. Right and left hand batters in there, but the way that Duckett plays, especially against spin, he has to make sure that he's got the boundary riders in place and then also make sure that he doesn't get off strike, which is tough.
Yeah, he's obviously an opening batter these days, Ben Duckett, but he has played quite a bit in the middle order in domestic first-class cricket, and he is a very good player of spin, so you're not concerned about the fact that he's batting slightly out of position because of that injury. And just looking at him in the first 15 minutes of his innings, that he doesn't seem to have any adverse effects from that dislocation.
Seems to have done him well. You've got to watch out for the sweep shot, and then the sweep shot he plays through point, the reverse sweep. Very difficult to tame.
Oh! There he goes again with the sweep shot. 28 ball, England 141 for 2.
Those figures for Abrar are the interesting ones to me. None for 56 off 8, so a run rate of 7 and over, an economy rate of 7 and over. I think that will be a very deliberate ploy for England to put pressure on Abrar, because they know that if they keep scoring at 7 and over, Shan Masood will have to keep coming back to the seamers. That is very difficult in these kind of temperatures. Obviously Salman can bowl some off spin, but Abrar shapes as a key man in this Pakistan attack. If they're going to be out there for a long time, then he's going to have to do a lot of bowling. So England's plan is definitely to put pressure on him and not let him settle.
My read of mystery spinners in Test cricket is that they're eventually found out, because there's no specific foundation on which they carry the bowling forward. For example, Shane Warne would have a great leg spinner to bamboozle the batters. But with Abrar, I think his speciality is that he bowls a straighter line, and he's got to be disciplined. I think that's his speciality, and bounce on the technique of the batsman and maybe get a leg before a bowl, but there's not enough foundation really for him to work on his bowling.
Yeah, what you're saying is that element of surprise is a short-lived thing, and you have to have something else to fall back on. Ajantha Mendis was another one for Sri Lanka, who burst onto the scene but then was quickly worked out.
I mean, Muralidharan had a dusra, Saklan had a dusra, but off spin was the foundation. So that was the add-on, the variety which bamboozled the batters. But here, I don't see that in Abrar's bowling, especially in Test cricket. In white ball cricket, yes, there is scope for such a bowler to progress.
And also with the mystery spinner, he wants things to happen quickly off the surface and also bowl it slightly quicker. Abrar right now, he's worked on bowling quicker, but he's still think that he bowls it slightly too slow. And especially on a surface like this, which doesn't have any zip off the surface, he really can't beat the bat or beat the batter through that pace.
Who are the other mystery spinners as we go back perhaps into the distant past? You're thinking of people like Gleeson from Australia. Jack Iverson was another who was called a mystery spinner. They're few and far between, though.
Such kind of batting also will put pressure on Shan and company, because this is relentless from England, and so they're not allowing anyone to settle down. The fielders are under pressure, the bowlers are under pressure, And it takes a different kind of temperament to tackle this. It hits you hard and keep on hitting you. It's not going to cease, and I think Pakistan will have to find a way to maybe look to knit a couple of good, decent overs, you know, 4 dots or 3 dots. Duckett is not going to let that happen. The way he's batting, 21 of 21.
I think the point that Shan Masood tried to make before the series, and in fact I heard 1 or 2 Pakistan players make it, and the coach, is that the way England play, they may give you a chance, and Crawley's perhaps dismissal was a perfect example of that. So that's what they need to hold in their mind, that this situation, which looks tasty for England at 142 for 2 and the run rate is strong, it only takes a couple of errors, and then you've got somebody like Jamie Smith in, who's not played in Pakistan before, not played against these bowlers before, and things can change pretty quickly.
There were moments during England's bowling performance where England wanted to stop the game for a little while, just make the batters wait a little bit more. And I think Shan Masood needs to understand the value of a little pause, because everything is happening at England's pace. Just slow down the game a little bit.
$142 for 2. Brook had a fantastic series last time around here in Pakistan. Well, Jamie Smith will be a test for him on this sort of surface. Chris Wokes, Cast, Atkinson, the slower nature of the Pakistani pitches and the lower nature of the pitches might just test them. At the moment there's a major conference going on. Shaheen Shafridi, Saud Shakil and Abrar.
Question to ask is whether you want to change gear every now and then in such a situation, or whether you want to just hold on a bit and work out your strategy. Because Pakistan can experiment with a wider angle, frustrate the batsman, or, you know, ask Shaheen Afridi or Naseem Shah to bowl a few off-cutters, get a shot cover in.
Short and wide and thumped away. That'll go to the fence. So Abrar leaks runs again.
A little slower through the air, but that just allows Duckett to play this off the pitch. He's got all the time in the world here to recognise that it's a bit slower and a bit wider, and he can just wait for it and slap it in front of square.
Yeah, make him drive rather than bowl that length.
Goes for that sweep, not in control. Maybe there is the option of Salman Agha now, the left-hander in. Duckett has fallen to off-spin 9 times in Test match cricket, so that opportunity with the off-spinner, Salman does get a little bit of bounce, so the sweep shot might just get a bit more risky. In the air, just over the top. He's still chancing his arm. Abrar with the double teapot on, but a bit of a risk from Duckett.
Yeah, I mean, he's in that kind of form where he's going to back himself to get it past the man at mid-on. 150 comes up for England in just 29.3 overs.
Goes again, this time better connection. Couple of bounces and they'll go over the ropes again.
England really reinforcing the point I tried to make an over or two ago, that they're going to try and attack Abrar, get him out of the attack, force Shan Masood to go to a different bowler, force him to go back to his seamers as much as he can, and that then will present real problems for Shan Masood.
He's got to adjust his field, Abrar. If he's going to flight the ball, then he needs to have some protection straight back.
Okay. Oh yes. Morning, morning.
12 off that Abrar over, 154 for 2.
Well, the first ball was a bad ball, but the next two boundaries that Duckett hit were perfectly good deliveries, and Duckett just chancing his arm.
As expected, England going after the bowling. 58 runs scored, a wicket lost, already up to 150. Quite a lot happening. Pakistan searching for another wicket, searching for a loose shot or something that goes to hand, because as was mentioned, England not going to back off. They're going to play their shots no matter what. Wasim Shah with a bit of shape. This is the 31st over and just seems as if he's running up, he's hiding the ball, so he reckons that the ball's reversing.
The merest hint there of the ball just tailing back in. You'd hardly call it reverse swing, but there's just a hint of something in the air there for Naseem, and in these conditions you've got to grab hold of every little thing that comes your way.
There are two things at play as far as Shan Masood is concerned right now from leadership point of view. One, obviously tactics. The other is temperament, because you know you can be jolted with this kind of onslaught. What he has to tell himself and tell the boys out there that, look, I mean, one mistake and you know we can break through England. Got to keep them hopeful. So hardly any bouncer, just one bouncer in that opening burst from Shaheen Shah Afridi. I think this is a pitch where you can experiment with a shorter ball every now and then.
I was trying to think back to the days when I played against Wasim Akram. What would Wasim's tactics have been on a pitch like this? First of all, he wouldn't have been necessarily happy bowling on this surface, no bowler is, but I reckon with the new ball he'd have bowled 3 or 4 bounces and over to try and rough up one side. He'd have quickly realised there was no swing. He'd tried to find some swing, then he'd have bowled bouncers, a lot of them, try and get that ball reversing, and then wait for the moment that it does and then pounce.
The other thing is that, like Wasim, Shaheen Afridi has got that left arm angle, and at times, as we all know, pulling a left arm, a fast bowler, can be a little bit difficult because the ball seems to be going across your body or your head, and so getting across and pulling the ball can be just a little bit taxing on a surface like this.
Yeah, Wasim bhai said, the flatter the pitch, the shorter I go. Lovely. He's tried that a couple of times. This time he gets the gap. That's a beautiful cover drive, as we all know Joe Root at his best.
The impressive thing about Joe Root's batting so far is that he's got himself in this nice bubble. Whatever is happening at the other end doesn't seem to affect him.
Well, it has affected him from time to time under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum. He has tried to buy into the Bazball philosophy, if you call it that, but more lately, not so much. He's realised that his strength is the way he plays, and he's the best player, and therefore stick to his strengths.
Yeah.
$159 for 2. Abrar 9 overs for 68. The wickets for Shaheen and Naseem. 159 for 2 England. Now the change. Shan Masood has gone to the off spin of Salman Ali Agha. Interesting what field he sets, especially to Duckett. Right now it's round the wicket to Joe Root. Brings out the reverse. And will that get to the fence? No, just be cut off. Duckett very keen, come back for the third.
Well, it's fair enough for Abrar to change the angle, have a look round the wicket to Duckett, to Salman, correction. Absolutely right that he has a look at the off spinner, given the way that England have taken to Abrar. Root has all the shots. We mentioned that he doesn't necessarily get sucked into the Bazball way these days, but he's got all the shots.
What's quite remarkable about that attempt was that was first delivery from Salman Ali Agha, and Root was dead set on improvisation.
Yes, buddy.
The protection on the sweep shot. There is a long off hovering. Mid-on is up, so the challenge to hit over the top leg side.
Oh yes, buddy.
This should be interesting with the off spin of Salman. Salman, very canny bowler. And the challenge is for Duckett to try and hit him over long on or over mid-wicket. And they reinforce that leg side with a short fine as well.
Oh yes, buddy, good bowling.
Salman Ali Agha may just give Shan a bit of control, or give the control back to Shan, because he's going to target the stumps and bowl on that off-stump line.
Well bowled.
That's a good over so far.
Lots of discussions before the day's play. Probably field settings. And gets that through the offside. Just be a single. Brings up the 50 partnership. Also ends the over with England 163 for 2. And what you mentioned, Athas, about Pakistan just hanging in and getting a few wickets. It was important that they won the toss and batted first and got a huge total, because that puts a bit more pressure, not pressure, but a bit more leeway for Shan than to just stay in the game. 50 or just 45. So if this was the first innings and England were rocking wrong in 32 overs at 5 and over, then the pressure would straight away be on Shan. Right now he's got a lot of runs to play with, so he can hang in there for a while longer.
He has. One of the advantages of batting first, and when you've batted for the best part of 2 days, is that you hope that the pitch will start to change a little bit by the third day, that there might be a little bit of traffic, for example, outside the batter's off stump where the bowlers have been running through. But a pitch is so hard, there's barely any footmarks for the spinners to bowl into, and whilst the cracks have opened a little, they're rock hard. There's no movement in those cracks, so it's essentially at the moment like England were batting on a day 1 pitch rather than a day 3 pitch.
Pakistan need to up the game in the field. That should have been stopped by Saud Shakil. Deflates the bowler, that kind of fielding. Roll over that ball at square leg. Saud.
Edge, and first slip was wide. That should have carried if there was a first slip. It was probably third slip where Salman Ali Agha was posted.
Normally you don't expect a first slip fielder on a surface like this. It's a slow surface, so edges are supposed to carry a little bit squarer. But there's an opportunity, and it went between the keeper and a floating slip fielder. Would have carried had there been second slip. No attempt made whatsoever.
Into the onside, but this feels as if Naseem Shah thinks that there's a little bit, just a hint that he's working with. Every delivery that he runs in, he's trying to hide the ball. That one maybe just held its line just slightly, ever so slightly.
Yeah, played it with a crooked angle of the bat. Maybe looking to just get a run once again through the leg side. On 49, Joe Root. Inching towards another 50. His last few innings have been phenomenal.
It's remarkable, really, the consistency. We've seen him play for so long now. It's hard to think of a passage in his career. Most players go through peaks and troughs, but I can't think of a sustained period of poor form for Joe Root, the kind that we've been talking about as regards Babar Azam recently. He's a remarkable player for his consistency and longevity. That's a harder thing than people realise, bringing your best game to the crease, bringing the right frame of mind to the crease every day over a period of, what, 12 or 13 years as an international player and multi-format player. Not that he plays much T20 these days, but you can see that level of consistency there over a long, long period of time.
Inside edge. Will get to his 50 beaten. Very assured innings, very calm innings as we expect from Joe Root. 65th Test match 50 for Joe Root. England 171 for 2. And also hours of play done, so it's time for drinks.
England going well, 171 for 2. Duckett has 42. He's recovered from that injury. Joe Root continues to be a world-class player in world-class form. Yet another half-century for him.
Against the seamers, I wonder if that wagon wheel for Joe Root eventually will show more shots down the ground as it gets a little bit lower, this pitch. Playing across the line when it's keeping down can be problematic, so it'll be interesting to see how Joe adapts as the conditions slightly change. Boy, can he adapt.
If they slightly change. I keep hearing they're going to change.
You're convinced that you're just going to land aircraft on it in 5 days?
I don't know about that, but I keep hearing it will turn, it will get uneven. Often hear that in Pakistan, and the pitches remain good. It is rock hard out there, it really is. But there are cracks. They're doing nothing off the cracks.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, had an opportunity to have a word with the curator, and he was very convinced that this pitch on day 3 is going to deteriorate.
Oh, yes.
There's hint of turn, but not a lot of turn, and that's why Pakistani captain has too many concerns. The major one is the run rate achieved at the moment by the English batters, and then the leg spinner. Abrar hasn't been convincing.
Cut nicely. Outfield is quick, and that is another boundary to Duckett.
He really is showing no ill effects of that dislocated thumb. The first ball he faced, I reckon, he may have just taken the bottom hand off the bat. Since then, not really a glimpse of any pain or any lack of power. That's really the key. Deal with the pain, it's just whether you can grip the bats properly. Well, evidently he can.
176 for 2.
I agree with you though, Amir. I think the problem that faces Pakistan's captain is the treatment so far that the England batsmen have dished out to the spinners. You mentioned the leggy, but also now Salman. If England start to get hold of him, where does he go? Well, he's got to go back to his seamers, and they can't bowl all day.
I think he's missing a trick here, Pakistani captain. They're the most suited bowler on a pitch like this. Yeah, Amir Jamal. He bowls wicket to wicket, doesn't get that bounce, and he can be troublesome for the batters. But so far, the cap is not convinced to introduce him into the attack. He's relying on Naseem Shah and other frontline bowlers, over trying things.
Well, that graphic showed what a world-class player Root is in form, but also how much Test match cricket England play. Just getting runs for fun at the moment. Look at that, 91 innings since 2021. England plays so much Test match cricket home and away, and he scores runs home and away. I think it's something like 59 his average at home and 53 away from home.
Yeah, that graphic actually depicts and emphasize on a point. As a batter, to be able to be that consistent, you got to have a very good defensive technique, or should I say hermetically tight defensive technique, and that's what he has. And then he's got the ability to maneuver the length, gets into good positions. Joe Root.
That stayed a little bit low, you had to watch it.
I thought NASA said it wouldn't stay low just about 5 minutes ago.
I mean, it's not exactly Carl Hooper low, that, is it?
The other feature with Joe Root's batting is his ability to rotate the strike. You look up after however long and all of a sudden he's 30 not out. He doesn't seem to get stuck against a bowler or down one end. Finds a way of ticking things over and scoring briskly without looking like he's under any pressure.
Yeah, that is the major reason, another major reason for his consistency. Once as a batsman, you've got the ability to rotate the strike. You don't give that opportunity to the bowlers to set you up for a certain delivery. It's highly imperative for a bowler to keep a batsman on strike to be able to set him up. And that's what he denies.
The other question for Shan Masood and Pakistan is who will do the enforcer role. England had Bryden Carse and Atkinson at times banging it halfway down. Thankless task really, but England have had the odd problems against the short ball. And now just one that's held its line. Earlier, 2 overs ago, we showed one gently reverse in, and Root was expecting this to gently reverse in, and it just held its line.
He went with the shine. A hint of reverse swing there. That's why he's been hiding the ball, Naseem Shah, in his run-up.
Yeah, just for once in this Test match, it's not the pitch that's deteriorated, it's the ball to get reversed. Just for once, we've seen a hint. Hiding the ball, couple came in previous overs. It is not extravagant by any means, but it just keeps the bowler interested. 178 for 2. So a hint of reverse for Pakistan. Salman Aliaga's got to make sure he keeps his sweaty hands off that ball now. Sometimes fast bowlers throw it to the spinner and it stops reversing. So all the fielders now, Pakistan will know this better than any nation. All the fielders have to keep one side very dry as they throw it around.
There's one bit of advice you give to a batsman who's not faced reverse swing before. What would it be?
Try and play the ball very late and play for the in-swingers. Don't worry about the ball moving away. Or you can ask your partner to have a look out where the shiny side is and hold the bat in certain hands to be able to make him alert. That's the only way. And like Nasser suggested, they have to keep their sweaty hands away from that rough side of the ball. And that's why Salman Ali Agha is holding the ball from the shiny side. He's aware as well.
Didn't Athers try that with Marcus Trescothick,
Yeah,
and they got
I
their
think,
communication wrong as to
yeah.
which hand the bat was held in compared with the shiny side?
I think Marcus forgot at one stage. Wakar or Wazim was bowling, and he said just keep an eye at that far end, hold your bat depending on which way. Trez just switched off for a little while. Change of angle, it's going to come over the wicket to Joe Root. Finds the gap. I don't think it will go for 4. Duckett's quick, it's whether Root can get back. He can. 3 scored, 184 for 2.
First task is to try and get somewhere near parity. If they can do that, then they can put Pakistan under mental pressure as much as anything, not necessarily run pressure, but mental pressure. How quickly do we bat? What do we do? The third innings becomes tricky. But as well as their position at the moment, 184 for 2, they still trail by 372.
That's how flat the pitch is, isn't it? Usually when a side gets 5-5-6, Wardy, you would have said England's first task is the follow-on. That's what your mindset would have been on various pitches of pass where it starts to turn. But you're right, England's first task will be like, let's get up as close as we can.
Can you imagine any conversation happening in this England dressing room about not getting past the follow-on?
Well, Amir Sahel said Amir Jamal should be bowling, and he is. See his skills with the reverse swing. It's only a hint. There is that reverse. Yeah, here's the variations when it does do a little bit. Just makes you play at one when you see one come back in, as Amir Jamal has just bowled. That's why Amir Sahel says just worry about the one that goes away from you. Although when we used to play the likes of Wazim and Wakar, it was the toe crusher we were worried about. It was coming in. He used to set you up, out, 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 and then a big in-swinging Yorker.
The best player who dealt with the reverse swing was Mohinder Amarnath from India. He really played well. I remember that series played in Pakistan in '82. I'm not claiming that I've got eidetic memory, but if my memory serves me right, it was 1982, and he scored heaps of runs against Imran Khan, Sarfraz Nawaz. And I later on asked him 10 years down the line, how did you manage to do it? And he said, I never move my front leg before the ball actually came close to me. What happened to us? We tried to go towards the delivery, try and cover the off stump, and in the process lost the balance with those swinging deliveries. So if somebody wants to learn how to play reverse swing, he's the man to go to.
Gets through. Again, it won't be a boundary, just a couple.
Yeah, he needs more protection on the onside, Amir Jamal. If he's looking to target the stumps, he's looking to bring the ball back into the batsman, he can do away with that cover fielder.
Yeah, or take Gully out and put him across, because you've got deep point where you could try and get Joe Root to maybe open the face. If he gets it going away, you've got an open blade. If he is pushing at it and the ball goes in, you can open up the gap between bat and pad. I don't think Pakistan would mind too much if Joe Root tries to open the face. I mean, it's a shot that's very successful in this part of the world, and it's something that Joe Root plays with aplomb. But just when the ball is reversing, just try something, even if for an over, a couple of overs. Just see if he wants to get a little bit greedy.
Solid from Root as ever. 186 for 2. This partnership left-hand, right-hand combination. Takes the easy single to long off. He walked off the field in pain late yesterday, and a big smile on his face for a half century. His 11th 50. No sign of pain, maybe apart from that very first delivery where he just took his hand off the bat. As easy as you like. He likes batting in Pakistan. That's his 4th against Pakistan. Got runs here last time, continues on this tour.
His form in all forms of cricket at the minute for England has been excellent. Making runs at the top of the order, obviously not in this game because of that thumb injury sustained last night, but also in the ODIs, getting the innings off in all forms to a flyer.
Yeah, he looked tired. Oh, the left-hander. No signs of discomfort. The last ball, Salman Ali Agha bowled to Joe Root, was outside the off stump. Yes, he was picked up for a couple of runs, but for me, that is the threatening line on a pitch like this. But he has resorted to bowl round the stumps again.
Short arm jab. Deep square legs got some work to do. Comfortably come back for 3. Duckett keeps the strike. 193 for 2.
Now, reverse swing is an art and it's a skill, not only to bowl it, but to get the ball into the right condition. You've got to keep it dry, and when possible, perhaps just throw it straight down the middle of the pitch. A little bit of side spin on it, get that rough side landing on that dry surface. It's all part and parcel of trying to get that ball to move, and you need it to move when pitches are as flat as this. A team effort, isn't it?
Yeah, and every team does it, and every umpire will be looking at it, and after 2 or 3 the umpire will just say, can you keep the ball up? But every team, England out here, would be doing exactly the same. Not enough rough ends of pitches, actually. If you look at the square and you look at the outfield, it's green. Look at that. It's only the pitch that they're going to play the second test and this one that you can scuff it up on, but the outfield is really green. That is why we've seen no reverse swing until now.
Yeah, it's not a criticism, it's just an observation, and every side, as you say, will do it. And it's got to be quite skilled to throw it in with the ball landing on the rough side, because you don't want it to land on the shiny side. That defeats the object of the exercise.
Well, that kind of accuracy we want from Shaheen Shah Afridi when he's bowling, not with throwing.
Well, now it is just tailing a little bit. When do you bring him back in? Because Duckett here on 54, he's played quite beautifully. He's ticking along exceptionally quickly.
Yeah, it's a different challenge now, though. It is a different challenge. The game needs lateral movement. I don't think there's anything there. Rizwan doesn't think there's anything there. Jamal is the one trying to convince his captain. And has he convinced him? He has convinced him to review it.
Correct, the third umpire. We're going to play review full court behind. Original decision is not out. It's fair liberty to go to front on when available, please. Okay, just Ultreach, please just confirm if there's bat or not. Looks like there's a clear gap. Okay, thank you. There's no bat involved. I'll go back to Kumar on field. Kumar, you can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen.
No, poor review. Clear daylight between bat and pad. Duckett trying to tell Shan Masood there was a click of the bat handle. That might have been the noise. Sometimes it does that. But just something for the bowlers. The game is better when there's lateral movement, either spin or swing or reverse swing.
I'm not sure who managed to persuade Shan to take that review. You think it was Salman, dear? Because Rizwan was like, nah, no chance. He was right.
Cut, and there's no one out there. There's a square third man, but he's just picking it up from that boundary cushion.
Many things to admire about Ben Duckett's batting. One of the main ones, I think, is his absolute clarity in what he's trying to do, and that is to put back to ball. We often put up statistics about how fewer deliveries he leaves in Test match cricket, because all he is thinking is about hitting the ball. So he's beaten on the outside edge by a beauty, completely puts it out of his mind. Right, this one's there to hit, I'm going to hit it.
Yeah, he's been scoring off good deliveries, and here was a long hop for him outside the off stump. Again, once again, Ben Duckett, as a bowler, whether it's reversing or not, you have to pitch the ball in the right areas. If you miss the length, you will be penalized.
Overcorrection, goes straighter and fuller.
Now, to answer your question, when Shaheen Shah Afridi should be introduced into the attack, he's already bowled 10 overs. He's gone for 44 runs. I think a Pakistani captain is still searching for the right combination to go about the job. He's bowled in tandem, Abrar, Shaheen Shah Afridi. But it didn't work, and then he resorted to Naseem Shah. Didn't work, and I personally think, just before lunch, couple of overs won't be a bad idea. Crowd selfie moment with Vigo smartphones. You have the opportunity to win smartphones.
Going back to your point about Shaheen Shah Afridi, might be just worth at some point, as you say, a couple of overs and just try and target the toe or target the shin. And if you go for a few, so what? Just, there's a bit of reverse there. Just run in for 2 overs and see if you can hit, particularly Joe Root, I suppose. Duckett as well, doesn't really matter, but just try and hit them on the foot. Just 12 balls of it.
Yeah, that's his strength, pitching the ball up to the batters and finding that Yorker length. He hasn't got the ability to bang the ball at length.
199 for 2.
England's session so far, they've motored along actually. That run rate is a little under 5.5 runs and over. They're 199 for 2, well in arrears of Pakistan, of course, after that marathon stint of 149 overs in the field. But they're well placed. Duckett showing no ill effects from his dislocated thumb. He's 59 from 53, and Root closing in remorselessly now on Alistair Cook's run-scoring record for England. He needs 10 more. He's 61, has looked, well, as he always does, completely untroubled this morning. It's the deficit for England, 357 currently on a hot morning in Multan. The players just taking a moment to get some liquids on board. Morning, David. Morning, Ramiz.
I've been here all morning, you know. Yeah, the key to this game is just the pace, isn't it? The pace of the run scoring. The 2 wickets that have gone down. Zach Crawley's was an absolute surprise. Second attempt at the grab.
There's so many good things to learn from Joe Root's batting. There's a little phase where the ball reversed. Couple of overs, 3 overs, and he tightened up straight away, Joe Root. He was looking more intently at the ball, harder look at the ball, playing under the eyes and that kind of stuff. When you're running in good form, you at times tend to forget the value of a good defense and value you know, what you need to do if circumstances change or become just a wee bit difficult. And he's been on top of that as well, that aspect of his batting.
England have punished Abrar Ahmed, the mystery spinner, who's gone for 68 in 9 overs. So Shan Masood has had to turn to Salman, the off spinner. Well, we've seen Root try that shot. He plays it very well. There is a man out at deep backward point now for that reverse sweep.
Not as natural as Ben Duckett, but it's a shot that is developed and played rather well.
Of course, what it does do is just manipulates the field and opens up gaps elsewhere and allows Root to nudge that one into the offside for a couple more. England have 200, Root is 63.
It's round the wicket angle for an offie. Do you think it'll work?
I'm not sure much is working right now for any bowler of any type. There is precious little spin. As you mentioned, a smidgen of reverse swing this morning. But as a bowler, you're clutching at straws, really.
Well, you're clutching at straws like Crawley's mistiming. Yeah, just when he looked so fluent both yesterday and this morning.
It's a lovely shot from Duckett. It's a kind of flat bat drive, really. It's not an orthodox drive where you see the bat coming down on a vertical plane and a high front elbow. He's using his wrists and his hands, and he almost flat bats this away.
It's like as if he's sweeping through the cover area.
It's exactly right. The bat is on more of a horizontal plane rather than a vertical plane. But it's mighty effective. Slashes this time, an attempted repeat, but there's just a hint of turn for Salman outside the off stump. And Duckett slashes away, overslip for another 4. The runs continue to flow.
Well, yeah, one right out of the middle, the meat of the bat, and one just using a little bit of luck. Like change of flight, but it's slightly clumsy.
And dangerous. I've seen Simon Jones do that in Brisbane, and it was a serious knee injury that really curtailed his career as a fast bowler. So you've got to be careful on outfields that are very sandy based. 211 for 2.
Yeah, just reflecting on that unorthodox Duckett extra cover drive. It's something, it's a sort of technique which I think has evolved through one-day cricket, through white ball cricket. And you'll see, for instance, Mahu, the great exponents, Joss Buttler for one, the way he manoeuvres balls through the offside with the white ball. That bottom hand keeps coming through rapidly. So it's unorthodox, but it's also very modern.
Just a reminder that entry is free on October 9th and 10th for the first class and general enclosures, and free on October the 15th as well for the test matches here in Multan. You can go to pcb.tcs.com.pk. Actually, a few more have come in the general enclosures today. There's a smattering of England fans as well. They've been high up in the INSEE enclosure throughout this game, but away to our left, a few more reporters have come in today. It's been far from full, of course. And you wouldn't say that the conditions for watching Test cricket particularly tasty with these roasting temperatures, but it's good to see a number in. Now then, Abrar, who we mentioned that England are very keen to attack. And Masood brings him back from the opposite end from where he started today, and if England get after him again, it's going to present Shan with a problem.
Yeah, when people talk about the influence of confidence on players, it's normally when you talk about a batsman being in or out of form. But it equally applies to bowlers as well. Someone like Abrar needs, or would much prefer, obviously, to be going at decent economy rates, troubling batsmen, posing problems, not having to worry about the little things that, or the major things actually, that England's batsmen are thrusting back at him. And they're doing everything they can to dent his confidence.
Hint of turn there for Abrar.
Well, England have read him expertly. Decoded the mystery.
Quite as challenging as decoding the Enigma machine, one might suggest.
One was rather more important, I suggest.
Absolutely. '100 partnership, it's been a particularly good one. Duckett has really dominated the partnership. There was a slight confusion here. And in the end, Root had to stretch for the line, but he was comfortably home by the time the throw came in, and that single is the one that brings up the 100 partnership between Duckett and Root.
Run out seems to be the most potent weapon that is available to Pakistan right now, because the going has been so easy. Every now and then we see our stats guy Azim call for these milestones: 50 up, 100-run partnership, 200-run partnership, and we are only into the 41st over.
214 for 2. Played beautifully, Ben Duckett, this morning. We were all concerned for him yesterday when he dislocated that thumb taking the catch at slip off Joe Root. England didn't send him for a scan overnight, so we always suspected the news was rather better than feared. There's been no ill effects. That left thumb for a left-hander is problematic, because that's where you get the jarring, and for a bottom-handed player like Duckett who hits square the wicket, you'd think there might be some ill effects, but not so far. He's 70 from 58. And Root, just a reminder, needs 71 to become England's highest run getter in Test cricket. Ahmed Jamal to replace Salman.
Right now, Pakistan in need of some Inverex to recharge their batteries. Great facility for the fans to charge their mobile and tablets.
We could all do with having our batteries recharged, Ramiz. Now then, what can Pakistan come up with here? Just looking at the field, Shan Masood has set 2 catches on the leg side. For Root, it looks as though Ahmed Jamal's going to bowl quite a straight line and attack those stumps with a bit of cover leg side. Like that, there's a bit of in-swing there, it's a close shout. Now, Shan Masood has a decision to make. I reckon this is worthwhile sending it upstairs because you don't lose the review if it's clipping.
Yes, absolutely. I think got to go for it. He's gone for it. Good.
Director, third umpire, we have a play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. As a field leverage, go to front on when available. Looks like there's no back. Let's go to Ultras just to confirm. Keep going. Flat line through to the pad. Ball tracking when available, please. There's no bat. Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets missing. Side cat will get you back on screen and you can stay with your original decision of not out.
Well, I thought it was a bit
on screen
than that, but combination of that hint of reverse swing and a bit of bounce off the surface, sending it, according to Hawkeye, past and over leg stump. But Shan Masood probably saying to himself, well, I may not get too many opportunities to review, but they've lost 2 now. They've only got 1 remaining.
Who says this is a dead pitch? Look at the bounce that one had. Life and bounce.
Well, at least there's a plan here. When it's difficult and 215 for 2, the force is with England right now, but you like to look out on the field and just see what the captain and the bowlers are trying to do. And at least with the field that Shan has set, this quite strong leg side field, and the way that Jamal is looking to bowl with that low slingy action, getting the ball ducking back into route, you can see what the plan is. Runs here, 2 of them. Root moves to 67.
Such a field that has been set for Joe Root. You've got to just hit that hard length, make sure that nothing is put on that wider angle on the offside. Ball within the stumps and hope for the best. Just 4 runs away now from toppling Alistair Cook's great record.
There's a bit of bounce again. Root was just looking to guide that down to third man, which is one of his great strengths, the way that he uses the pace and plays the ball so late. And that just kicked up a little bit off the surface and wrapped him on the hand. And with that immaculate on drive, Joe Root plants his flag at the summit. 12 years after making his debut in Nagpur, he now has more runs in Test cricket than any other England player. A remarkable achievement. He's been a remarkable player. Good moment to turn to a man who once held that record, David.
Yeah, at a much lower level, to be honest. No, that's an extraordinary feat. I can say that anyone who's on that list will be very proud of the moment you get there. But both Alistair and Joe have mastered the art of making runs in big quantities. They've mastered the art of staying at the crease for long enough to make those runs. Slightly different styles. I think even Sir Alistair would acknowledge that Joe Root has a slightly easier on the eye style than he did. But both with supreme qualities, supreme determination. And in Joe's case, of course, he just seems to enjoy it so much. I mean, you get the feeling watching Joe Root bat that he just enjoys batting so much that the thought of getting out is so painful. But it's a joy to watch. It's a very impressive landmark, and of course we know that he's not done by some many miles yet either. There's plenty more runs to come.
It was a beautiful way to get there, wasn't it, as well? I mean, you could get there with an edge that flies through slip, but you can get there with an absolutely perfectly executed on drive.
Well, the on drive has always been sort of slated as one of the arbiters of quality. It's not the easiest shot to play. Talking of back foot no ball.
Ramesh, you have a broader view of all the players that you've seen from around the world. Where would you rate Joe Root or rank Joe Root amongst them?
Good ball, good ball.
Diligent, consistent, classy, and the fact that he's not broken down. I mean, he's been out there for such a lengthy period of time, and his hunger has not really subsided. I think he'll get past all those batsmen who've scored 13,000 plus, but the real target is Sachin Tendulkar. Can he get past him? I think that's going to be the key. And I put it back to you guys. Do you think he can go over Sachin Tendulkar?
Absolutely. At current rate, which is around about, he averages about 85 runs a game. We worked out earlier last summer in the English summer that he'd need 4 years or thereabouts. So he's 33 now, 34 in December. These days players are going on a little bit longer, and the key is just the love of the game. Once you still have that, and therefore you're still dedicated to training, to practicing, to improving, you can go on and on. I remember I was playing in the game when you took Geoffrey Boycott's record, David. I was also playing when Graham Gooch took your record, not so long afterwards, about a year afterwards. I was commentating when Alistair Cook took Graham Gooch's record, and now delighted to see that Joe Root has taken Alistair Cook's record, and I think it'll be very unlikely that somebody will pass that again, because I don't believe that the way the game is going, that players will play the volume of Test cricket in future that somebody like Joe Root has played.
Heard of a marathon man? You're a milestone man, Athers.
223 for 2.
Yeah, if by chance anyone is able to better this in 10-15 years time, what are the chances of you being here?
Slim.
Slim and none. Slim's just left town.
What about another 1,000 to get past Ricky Ponting? And then it becomes just a wee bit difficult.
Well, Michael, you were talking earlier, I think, in the day about that ability to push yourself out there at your best day after day, which is unrecognised, because I mean, there are people actually, to talk about one of the men on that list, Graham Gooch, who I played a lot of cricket with. Graham is so good at pushing himself out there day after day, both for England and, to his credit, for Essex, his county, whereby each and every day he decided he had to be at his best. Others of us sometimes let that slip a little bit, which is only human.
More keen on a plain journey.
dip.
Just the one, Rambo, just the one. One little aberration. A chance not to be missed. You know, that's life's like that. You have to take your chances in life, Ramleys, don't you?
Well, you're asking about the chances of Root going past Tendulkar. His appetite is not slowing. In tests in 2024, he's now 1,057 runs at a average of 58 with 500. So that appetite for runs is undimmed.
So, you know, one part of his career that was impressive as a batsman, his captaincy, 4 years wherever it was as captain, where acknowledged, I think in hindsight especially, it wasn't the greatest captain. And as the losses were adding up, leading to his withdrawal at the end of that period, credit, because he was still making stacks of runs.
Poor ball, low full toss. He's trying to bowl to the same line for the left-hander as he is to Joe Root, but he's got to get the right length as well. On this pitch, I feel the quicker bowlers have got to hit the pitch hard, try and extract some low bounce. We were talking about Joe Root's consistency. There's only 1 year since 2015 that he's averaged below 40 in Test cricket, a little dip in 2019. Apart from that, it's remarkable, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's all based on a very solid technique, isn't it?
A solid technique, and I think at the heart of it all, just a deep love of the game, a love of playing. Because you can't play this volume of cricket over tests and 50 over cricket. You don't play much T20 these days, Joe Root. The constant travel and play, you can't do that unless you have a deep love of the game. Eventually, something would start to take its toll. But I think if you do have that love and enjoyment, every day is a pleasure. It's not. It doesn't feel like hard work. And you watch Joe Root, he still practices as hard as he ever did. It's good. It's another LBW shout, another shake of the head from the umpire.
Is he going to try his luck again, Shan Masood? Polite inquiry whether they should go for another DRS or not. Just one left now for Pakistan. That came back very strongly. Once again, the impact a bit high.
Yeah, the line is good. Just too much bounce. There's just a hint of movement back in the route for Jamal, so something to work with there for the bowler.
We haven't seen balls to keep low. I think every time the ball has hit the pads, it's been on the higher side, the flap of the pad, rather than the low part. Almost time for lunch here, but for some it's still tea time here at Multan. Tapal tea moments to enjoy and cherish.
Clock ticking round to noon, just 2 or 3 minutes away before the luncheon interval. bounce again. That's 2 or 3 occasions in the last couple of overs from Jamal that Root has been surprised by the bounce. 226 for 2.
He's out of the crease, walking, and then had to fend because Amir Jamal shortened the length.
Driving uppishly is Duckett.
There's some value flighting the ball and trying to spin it out of the rough. There's a great sweep shot, and I think that is because he tried his hand at playing the cover drive. Wasn't that convincing. This time he played it with the spin, and that's his strength. Ben Duckett is a great sweeper of the ball.
He's just got so many options. He gets low. I mean, he starts from a low position anyway, but no matter how many fielders you have out, and at the moment there are 3 out protecting shots leg side and offside, they're all out square of the wicket. Duckett has enough options to be able to find the gap.
The other thing that he's done so well, actually, right throughout his career, that he can play with soft hands as well. So it's not only about bashing the ball. That last example was of tapping the ball into a corner and running a single. Very smart cricketer he is.
Oh yes, buddy.
Well, England's session so far, Pakistan have only taken that 1 wicket. Zach Crawley, who rather gifted his wicket by chipping to mid-wicket, but since then Duckett and Root have played splendidly. So England very well placed now if they can negotiate this final delivery before lunch. And a rare example of a Duckett defensive stroke ends the session. A very good one for England, a memorable one for Joe Root, who goes to lunch unbeaten on 72 and goes in now as England's highest test match run maker. Duckett is 80 and has played splendidly. England in a good position.
A massive session for England, 136 runs in that session at a rate of 5.5. Great batting from Ben Duckett and Joe Root, as Athers was alluding to. A memorable session for him. He's on top of the ladder as far as run making is concerned. Highest run scorer for England. And Pakistan will have to go back and reboot, reset, and come up with a brand new strategy after lunch.
Well, to be fair, to be balanced about this, England had exactly the same problems in the field for the better part of the first 2 days. The pitch has stayed very similar throughout, and there's been so little encouragement from conditions that I think both teams in the field have realised that it's the batsmen who hold the balance of power. Joe Root, I mean, just another word of admiration for the way he's continued his career to this extent, to this new pinnacle. And the only man disappointed with playing the England dressing this morning will be Zach Crawley, who would have been eyeing up a much bigger score than that. Just a moment's mistiming. He's the only wicket to fall this morning. I mean, Duckett has been outstanding in his own way. Root's so cool and calm and collected and consistent. And England's making good progress here. 232 for 2.
Pakistan, well, they got Crawley very early in the piece, but then it's just been England all the way. Terrific batting from Duckett and Joe Root. So Shaheen with a wicket. Naseem Shah reversed the ball for a little while. He's picked up a wicket. Abrar has gone for plenty. Amir Jamal has tried his heart out, and Salman used briefly for just
want to see it.
मेरा नाम जी मोहम्मद अरसलान खान है। मैं मैनुअल स्कोर बोर्ड ऑपरेटर हूँ और कोऑर्डिनेटर एज वर्क कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे। और ये हमारा मैनुअल स्कोर बोर्ड है। तो ये 3 पार्ट में शिफ्ट हुआ है। ये इसका पहला पार्ट है। ये एक बैट्समैन की, ये देखें जैसे ये नेम प्लेट पड़ी है, एक बैट्समैन की नेम प्लेट इधर आ जाती है और ये रन्स वाली नेम प्लेट्स है, ये ऐसे ऊपर आ जाती है। यहाँ पे विकेट्स लग जाती हैं और इसके ऊपर एक बैट्समैन ऊपर होता है। चलिए मैं आपको ऊपर वाले पोर्शन का विजिट कराता हूँ, फिर उसके बाद ऊपर टोटल स्कोर और फिर वो विजिट कराता हूँ। ये जी हमारे स्कोर बोर्ड के ऑपरेटर्स हैं। ये देखिए जैसे ओवर वहाँ पे चेंज हुआ है तो इन्होंने यहाँ पे ओवर चेंज कर दिया है। प्लेट इस तरह शिफ्ट होती हैं और यहाँ पे ये हमारे बैट्समैन के रन हैं। ये भाई यहाँ पे ये जैसे ही वो रन लेंगे ये भाई यहाँ से प्लेट उठाएंगे और वहाँ पे चेंज कर लेंगे। टोटल रन जो है वो ये इसके थर्ड फ्लोर पे, यानी 3 पोर्शन में डिवाइड है। तो आपको थर्ड पोर्शन का मैं विजिट कराता हूँ आगे। और ये जी नेम प्लेट्स लगती हैं यहाँ पे कौन कौन सी टीम्स होती हैं हाईलाइट करने के लिए। ये देखें जैसे ये इंग्लैंड की टीम है और जो टीम बैटिंग कर रही है उसकी नेम प्लेट यहाँ पे लगती है, लाइक ये पाकिस्तान है। और उसके अलावा जी ये टोटल रन होते हैं यहाँ पे, जैसे रन होंगे वहाँ पे चेंज होगा और यहाँ पे भी ऐसे रन चेंज हो जाएंगे। सारी ये देखें नंबर प्लेट्स हैं और ये यहाँ पे ऐसे लग जाते हैं।
Right then, lunch has been had. Joe Root and Ben Duckett walk out with 119 between the two of them. The entire conversation was always about how quickly England would get their runs. You always knew it was going to be hard toil for Pakistan as well, given the nature of the surface at hand, given maybe the lack of pace from Pakistan as well, and it is so far played into the hands of England, who are 232 for 2, scoring at 5.16 runs and over. So hopefully, along with the lunch, some strategy would have been discussed within the English camp. Amir, what do you think Pakistan can do differently? Yes, picking up wickets difficult, but also want to stem the scoring from England.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that Shan Masood has spoken to the leg spinner Abrar Ahmed, and he must have instilled some sort of a confidence in him, and should have asked him that don't worry about the runs, don't worry about the wickets, just try and pitch the ball in the right areas consistently. He's been all over the shop. We haven't spotted any confidence in his bowling. Yes, the English batsmen have gone after him, there is no doubt about it, but as a bowler, you should have a defensive technique and how to get the better of the batsman. At the moment, he looks at sea.
Yeah, he's bowled 12 overs, gone for 79, 6.5 runs and over. So they've obviously taken the attack to him. He was selected as the frontline spinner for England. DG will be more of a case of just carrying along, doing what they did so well since the start of their innings.
Well, yes, you got the sort of contrasting styles of Root and Duckett. Duckett never holds back. He loves playing a shot every ball pretty much. He's got fantastic hand-eye coordination, and he makes life really hard for bowlers. Joe Root at the other end, apart from the odd reverse sweep, has decided, I think, has worked it out that his game as it stands, his natural abilities, playing as you were, to use a phrase, normal cricket, is absolutely right for him. So the combination is brilliant.
The Pakistani captain is looking for the right combination of bowlers to be able to make an impression. At the moment, it's all easy for these two batters out there in the middle.
Right, just to put this in context, if you had Pakistan attack today, including Wasim Akram, Vakar Yunus, Imran Khan, Mushtaq Ahmed and Abdul Qadir, you'd still find it hard to take wickets.
What do you think?
I'm telling you, they'd struggle to take wickets in the same way. They are all better, without being rude, they are all better than, they are the greats that I remember of Pakistan cricket. But the point is about the pitch, that it negates even the best. I used the example the other day of Dennis Lillee, one of the great Australian bowlers of all time, whose record in Pakistan shows that coming here as one of the great players of all time as a fast bowler can be soul-destroying if you have the pitches that negate everything you can do. So it's just a question of putting into context the balance between bat and ball. It's so much in favour of bat at the moment.
Yeah, in 70s and 80s, pitches were the same. West Indies used to come to Pakistan and win test matches in no time. It's all about skills, isn't it? When you talk about Wasim, Vakar, Imran Khan, Abdul Qadir, they were skillful. And they knew how to exploit conditions and the available pitch. Yes, they have the ability to reverse swing the ball. We haven't got any at the moment in the lineup to be able to reverse swing the ball and pick up wickets.
You rightly mentioned putting it into context. That's what's important. Yes, on a placid track, it comes down to the quality of the individual, the execution of the plans. And we touched on Abrar and the fact why he's leaked so many runs, apart from the fact that England has gone after them. He's allowed for those boundary opportunities time and again, hasn't been able to hold that length consistently. So when the surface is not doing too much, you try and tinker and put ploys in place, but you got to be consistent with the execution and then see whether it reaps any results. I saw a hint of reverse swing for a brief period. It was around the 35th over, if I remember correctly. It was Naseem Shah's over, which one just did something.
It might have been a mirage. Could have been just a trick of the eye.
Remember Hawk putting something out there with the two different colored streams. So that's another very important point in that armory that you have, is that reverse swing. Yes, exploiting that reverse swing and then utilizing it. We haven't seen shot. A shot of a man in form, a shot of a man full of class. Ends the over with a boundary. Joe Root is 238 for 2.
Yeah, when you have packed onside field and then you decide to bowl outside the off stump to a player like Joe Root, who's already batting on 70, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for punishment.
Alvin.
Just use the pace, angle the bat ever so slightly to find that gap.
When we come back, can we please see that down the line again? When you've got time, the last shot. Yeah, thank you. England 318 behind. I think he'll be starting to scratch his head just about now, because the wickets column still shows 2. And the rate at which England are going, they might get very close to that first inning score from Pakistan. Ben Duckett 80 from 68 deliveries. 44 of those have come in boundaries. On a surface like this also, where there's lack of any lateral movement, with the modern day game, with where it is at, it becomes so easy to hit through the line just with your hands. Have a look at this shot from Joe Root from the last ball off the previous over. He doesn't get his feet anywhere close to the pitch of the ball or the line of the ball, and that's what it does on a surface which the ball isn't doing much. Good hand-eye coordination, you're able to hit with your hands through the line.
Yeah, the first delivery Abrar bowled to Ben Duckett was round the stumps, and he's been taken away for so many runs. He's still persisting with it. I don't know whether it's been stubborn or what. He's not a huge turner of the ball when you talk about Abrar. You know, the best bet for him is bowling over the stumps to the left-handed batsman and bowl those googlies on the blind spot. That's where he has a chance to pick up a wicket. I mean, if his mind is not working or he's not thinking correctly, somebody has to help him. Maybe the captain start to dominate and say, okay, you have tried your luck from round the stumps, now it's time to bowl over the stumps. At the moment, he's just going with the flow, Pakistani captain.
I've just had a word. There's a cold compress coming from your forehead just to calm you down a bit here, Amir. Just take some of the heat out of here. It's fine. I mean, you're right. It's a question of sort of trying new things, different angles. You can sort of let the game drift for too long sometimes.
Yes, buddy.
242 for 2.
Cold compress on the way.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. But it's that thing, I mean, for instance, England's bouncer ploy on day one just after lunch was never going to last long, but it's worth a go. So all these things, if nothing else is working, and again, putting into context, you know, it's very hard to make things happen on a pitch like this. Then, you know, constant changes, new ideas, trying for 2-3 overs maybe, 1-2 over, whatever it takes. It's just using that little bit of imagination to try something different.
I think the conversation also stems from the fact that recent series, Amir and myself were both there against Bangladesh. It very similar, but it was about creating your own angles, trying those things, which then started working. We saw bowlers use the crease coming from far, creating a further angle to the left-hander, in particular Khurram Shahzad, even their spinners. That's pretty much what you're alluding to, Amir.
Yeah, we've spoken about this pitch so many times, how flat this pitch is, maybe flatter than flat. But on a pitch like this, what you need to do as a bowler is you have to frustrate the batters. You're reliant on a batsman's mistake. Nobody's expecting a pitch of a delivery to dismiss the batsman. No, as a bowler, you have to keep on thinking. You know, you have to show discipline to be able to pick up wickets here. The question is how to make a batsman commit mistake here. Yeah, different ideas, using angles, slow deliveries, maybe a couple of bounces.
Right then, gentlemen, time to change the subject. Going on to more important things. If you want to enjoy a royal lifestyle, well, it's time you go visit Kingdom Valley. It's receiving confirmation that Amir Jamal has overstepped. So it will be a no ball, not the first time. You see this ploy from Pakistan to Joe Root. It was similar. They had the field slightly straighter with two men in front of the square umpire mid-wicket for anything that he might clip off his legs into the air. It's what brought about the downfall of Zach Crawley. What you want as a follow-up, and the captain, what he wants as a follow-up is for then his bowlers to execute. It becomes very, very difficult for him to come out with plan A, B, C, and the bowlers don't follow up. And I like this. Every now and then Babar and Shan do have a conversation. Babar, with his experience, just tinkers with the field. Now he's moved close up. Very, very straight now. Babar's gone in the eye line for Joe Root, just in front of Shan and mid-on. The rare change up. You saw it take a little bit of height as well.
That's good. That's encouraging. They're looking to try something different. Yeah, talking about that ploy against Zach Crawley, he's a kind of a player who likes to meet the ball early. But if you think that that ploy is going to work against Joe Root, I think the potential is very low there, because he's a kind of a player who plays the ball very late, close to his pad. So you've got to have different plans for different kind of players. As I've been given a cold compress by David Garver, and I'm thinking now.
I'm always thinking of your well-being. Love to hear the ideas, but you know, just a little bit of... You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Oh, good lad, good lad.
Heard about cricket doing funny things on the field. Not sure when that translated off the field as well.
You triggered it.
Happened to be in the middle of a lot of things that go wrong. Just happened to be there. As my good friend Zainab Abbas will confer. End of the over, it's 243 for 2. Both English batters now into their 80s. And what becomes that much more difficult, not only are you dealing with a left and right hand combination, DG spoke about this earlier, also two very, very different players in the style that they bat. Ben Duckett not afraid to take on any delivery, very, very strong square of the wicket either side. To the faster men as well as the spinners. Joe Rule a lot more conventional. The problem is both are scoring. Even in the context of the game, Root 80 from 135. When Ben Duckett is batting, everyone looks relatively slower at the other end. Difficult to keep up in pace with him. Quick run, gets there comfortably. Which part of that belongs to Inzi? The left off screen or the right off screen? Ahmed, do you know?
I think entire Multan.
Catch it!
There's a reverse. One sweeper on the leg side cleans up. Duckett adds two more. There she is. Double trouble. Not Azim, myself and Zainab. A guy who provides the stats in front of her. Congratulations to him as well, new father. Overdone 247 for 2.
I'm not saying that run rate has plummeted. Kind of getting some control, Pakistani bowlers at the moment. They're bowled with discipline. From 5.18, the run rate achieved has come down to 5.04. That's a good beginning into this session for the Pakistanis.
I think that's known as a little win, a marginal advantage. But on days like this, it's about the ability to keep it going throughout the day, batting or bowling. Just seeing those catches, one a spectacular one a second time grab. It's all about, if you're in the field, what few chances you get, making sure you take them. It's a rarity too. Fresh air, there's some fresh air out there somewhere. And a no ball. These no balls sneak up on you nowadays, don't they? Because they're not signalled straight away by the standing umpire. It's a message from the third umpire who's watching, or the machines are watching each and every ball.
It's now 2 no balls in 2 overs. The last thing Pakistan would want is an opportunity and have one of your bowlers overstep. So you'll have to be careful. Well, looking for washing machines and other appliances. I go to Pakistan's leading home appliance brand in Super Asia. Oh well. David Gower, you got shares in this one as well?
Strangely not, to be honest. Are you suggesting an opportunity?
Ah, well taken. Gets a good glove to that. Mohammad Rizwan. Well, we definitely know you got shares in this one. Super soft.
Oh, it's incredibly clean. I mean, it's the stuff of dreams, isn't it? How clean that stuff makes it.
I think our director as well is getting keenly involved in this. Trying to find as dirty as it can get items on the field. Oh, big shout. That's just done a little bit off the surface and it's been given. The finger goes up, but he's been reviewed straight away. It was Joe Root down the bowling end who also gestured immediately to Ben Duckett. Now we should have a look.
Direct third umpire. We're a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Speed delivery, go to front on when available. Front on coming up. Just roll that back. Looks like it's missed the back. Let's go to Ultras just to confirm. Yeah, no bat involved. Just ball trigger when available, please. Psychic just waiting for ball tracking. Original decision's out. Impacts in line. Wickets hitting. When you're back on screen, you can stay with your original decision of out.
Yeah, Pakistan have it. Confirmation again. That is 3 down and it's a big wicket. He was going on all cylinders and he has to now go back for 84, Ben Duckett. Jamal has 1. England 249 for 3. You have Joe action as soon as that happened. Harry Brook in at 5. He's been sitting watching the action for just under 50 overs now. Over 1,500 runs, 950s, 500s. Very, very healthy average. Also, second best strike rate in Test cricket going around the world. And he had an outstanding outing the last time he was here. He scored 156 in his first outing in Rawalpindi from 112 deliveries and got centuries in all 3 games. Also player of the series, and he's flourished and blossomed a little bit more since then.
Yeah, he broke the record last time for an English batsman in Pakistan in a 3-match series by about 20 runs or so.
I think it was yours.
I know it was me.
He looked a little grumpy, did DG?
No, he was outstanding, to be fair. I mean, so he comes here with a high reputation and a liking for Pakistan pitches. I mean, with all these things, I mean, I tip my hat to him. He played absolutely beautifully. But with all these things, you're repeating the feat, of course, takes some doing. This game has a habit sometimes of levelling you down. But he's such a talented player. I mean, conditions obviously today, as we said a million times, very much pro batting. But this game sometimes does strange things to you. But he will be confident because he's done it here before. He'll be confident because, for instance, he's seen a Bra before, he's dealt with a Bra before. He won't have seen Abid Jamal, he'd have seen Shaheen Shah. But it's one of those things, isn't it? 240 odd, 249 for 3. The stage is set for him. Just needs to get in, just needs to get set and get going.
Amir Jamal will hope he can get another one in a good area. Brook straight away off the mark, off his legs.
Yeah, this was a good delivery coming back into Ben Duckett, one of the rare ones he's missed, about the only one he's missed. And people are wondering about the height. Just remember, Ben Duckett is, shall we say, short of stature. Yeah. I mean, Joe Root's instant reaction at the other end was to say, let's review that, because he's seen it hit the top of the pads. Now, with a Zach Crawley, if it's top of the pads or above, it's going over. With a Ben Duckett, you're still in with a chance. Let's put it that way. Good decision, I say, good decision from the umpire, because that sort of length, you've still got a chance of going over the top. He'd obviously tracked it well with the eyes and made exactly the right decision.
Very, very nicely glided for 4 to end the over. Absolute ease of the bat of Harry Brook, 255 for 3.
Well, a little bit reminiscent of Zach Crawley at the start of this England first innings. Straight into his stride for Harry Brook. A couple of nice touches already.
Pakistan just striking back in that previous over. It was Amir Jamal. LBW shout to Ben Duckett to decide to send it upstairs. The umpire on field got it absolutely spot on, so he's the third to go for 84. Brar will continue to Joe Root. Yeah, quick run, very good. I think Pakistan, this is an opportunity for Pakistan to apply the pressure and try and pick up one more quick wicket here. Then remember, you're into Vokes, Bryden Cast, Gus Atkinson, all of them who can bat. Or they'll feel they'll have a slightly better chance once they break this partnership open.
Yeah, for the Pakistani captain to apply pressure, Abrar has to bowl well. He has to start bowling those dot deliveries. At the moment, He's been all over the shop.
A little bit like you were thinking earlier. And I've always liked the idea that when a new batsman comes to the crease, you try a little thing, you bring men in, that sort of thing. Put someone in front of him on the offside, say. Just to say, look, we're actually trying to put pressure on you. I mean, this is just the orthodox field as it was 2 hours ago, and the man's just arrived at the crease. Yes, he's a good player. Yes, you know, it's a benign pitch, but at the same time, if you're trying to create an opportunity, it's worth having a go. Just, as I say, bring someone in, just have a little try.
I take you back when Ben Duckett arrived at the crease. He edged Abrar through that gully area and there was no fielder. I'm with you. But like I said before, Abrar is short in confidence, so is the captain. But yes, this is the situation where he has to take few chances, Pakistani captain.
You look at the field now as well. Mid-on will give you that single. That's the edge that you're talking about, Amir. Very earlier on, just pushing at it. This one quicker through the air. Brook still gets one. It's 257 for 3.
Fabulous start in Test match cricket for Harry Brook, averaging 53.7. Great names on that. Going back to the 1600s. Amir Jamal with just a bit of reverse swing. He got that wicket of Duckett from round the wicket. Now he's trying to attack Brook's front pad. England still trail by 299. Yes, they've batted really well, but there's still a long way to go. So Pakistan can chip away. Light opening with the dismissal of Duckett. You get back-to-back wickets on this surface and you're well in.
He's bowled around at 133, 135 mark, and I think this is time for Amir Jamal really to put in a show, because the ball is reversing. Can he pick up a bit of pace for the next 2-3 overs? Because this is kind of a make or break situation for Pakistan. New batter in. He's getting the ball to reverse. Still got to hit that hard length. I think he doesn't have the pace to approve the middle stump with sheer pace with a Yorker.
Trying for that reverse swing, whipped away leg side. That'll go to the fence.
Yeah, Brook quickly into double figures. He's only been in there 10 balls. He already has 2 boundaries. England are all the way through their lineup. They have quick scoring players, and on this ground, on this pitch, new batter won't stem the flow of runs. Too full. He's got to bowl the length that he bowled to Duckett. The odd surprise Yorker, but drag your length back. Get it skidding onto that front pad.
I mean, the balance was great from Brook. It's just been at the crease for 10 balls, but he didn't overbalance. Held his position beautifully.
Beautifully glided away. So much time off the surface, and obviously the talent that Brook has. A couple of runs for him through the offside. And a no ball.
Overstep quite a few times, maybe still a little rusty after injury. Maybe trying to put in extra bit of effort. Will hurt Pakistan badly if he picks up a wicket with a no ball. That's the last thing they want.
That's the length on this surface. Not quite quick enough to go for the magic in-swinging Yorker. Just hold that length, ball after ball. Just one to maybe skid low. It's now a pitch of LBWs and bowls, as we've just seen with Duckett.
Demands a lot of effort bowling on a surface like this, and also discipline. I think what you've got to do is to make sure that you don't get sort of over smart in a way. Just do the basics well here. Bowl to your feel. So well set up field on the leg side, 2 men in the catching area at mid-wicket. So use that angle to your advantage. Hard length, ball coming back into the stumps.
It is a tough ask. He's come back into the side after 9 months in Test match cricket. Last played first-class cricket in May. And then you come to a surface where you have to bowl a lot of overs. It'll be interesting how he holds up. He's a strong boy. He's got a reputation of bowling long spells in first-class cricket, but coming into this Test match, he hasn't had a lot of spells that way. He hasn't had a lot of bowling behind him. Lovely shot. Classy cover drive. And that was 4 from the moment he hit the bat. 268 for 3.
Yeah, Harry Brook off and running. He doesn't move that front foot much. He certainly doesn't move it across to the line of the ball. Watch that front foot, it stays there, but it enables the bat to come through. That is just about perfect as far as balance goes.
Needless cleverness once again from Amir Jamal. All he has to do is to make sure that he bowls the length. Stretching himself. Touching to side, I don't know whether that was because of that lovely cover drive. Hardly seemed to have put in an effort when he was driving it through the off. Yeah, just a push, nothing more than that. It wasn't really a hard hit. Seen some great shots from England batsmen. Whilst Pakistan were workmanlike, England have been very classy.
We've seen that a few times, a sweep shot. That goes to the fence.
Yeah, margin for error on this surface is minuscule, really. That was 2 leg side, no one on the sweep. It was a free hit for Harry Brook. There's a leg slip there, but he's too good a player to miss out. He doesn't.
He bowls at a pace, so he'll be disappointed that he was swept away to the fence. Got to maintain good lines here, ball within the stumps, because that can be strength. Ball keeping low or jumping from that straighter line.
Oh yes, buddy. ये बॉल है ना ये वाला. शाबाश. ठीक है, ठीक है.
At no stage Pakistan been able to apply pressure by stemming the flow of runs, and that'll be the case throughout this English batting lineup. They'll come in and they'll play their shots and attack, but the glue, the obvious glue to all of that is Joe Root. I think Yat has mentioned before that he's now tempered down, or has gone to back to his old rhythm of batting, where he's more successful. And he's fabulous against spin. We know that in the subcontinent he's been able to maneuver spin into spaces, get off strike and get his runs. 276 for 3. Two partnerships already of over 100. This partnership rollicking along, 27 of 21. And a change in bowling. Amir Jamal takes a blow. It's Shaheen Shah Afridi, and from the looks of it, is going to bowl from round the wicket.
He hasn't bowled since the 26th over, so he hasn't bowled with any reverse swing. Let's see what his stock ball is, whether it's in or out. It's going to be round the wicket. First one is in, going way down on the angle. Left armour from around the wicket. Rizwan knows that's going way down.
So he'd want to replicate Amir Jamal's angle. He's bowling from round the stumps and trying to keep that ball as straight as possible to use those two men on the leg side. Look for a little bit of in swing, in drift, going down the leg side. He would want the ball to react. It's pretty tall, so he may get a little bit of variation off the surface. Amir Jamal not as tall as Shaheen Afridi, so it'll be interesting how he bowls. That hard length still has to be persisted with.
And it's a really tough job pulling that screen up every other over and then holding it up. Anyway, round the wicket, Shaheen Shah Afridi. First one is just offered to come back in. Bit of reverse swing. Two men catching leg side. Pakistan yesterday, Amir Jamal mentioned trying to attack the stumps, and they're persisting with that theory. That's good.
Just a word between Shaheen and Harry Brook. I think it was fairly friendly. Well, that's 2 from 2, and he mustn't leave there for 2 reasons. There's more wicket-taking potential by bowling that hard length that Remy spoke about, but also you get some control on the run rate if you can just hammer in at back of a length. Too many floaty drives.
On a different subject, now that is pretty arty stuff. Back of the screen. Cables and buttons could sell for a monumental value at any art gallery, abstract art at its best.
You are spending a lot of money for that, Rambo?
No, I'd go and probably have a look at it. it's different. I think England have not allowed Pakistan to be consistent and disciplined. Every now and then you see them rotate the strike, and I think that is where Pakistan have lacked a little bit of penetration. Yeah, lovely. Through the gap between the two fielders is such a good timer of the ball. Making it look very easy. That's the other thing. You look away and suddenly you look at the scorecard and you see Brook 25 of 20.
If you're ever low on energy, great facility for the fans. Inverex Solar Energy. You can charge your mobile phones and tablets to the Inverex Solar Energy charging unit. Quite sedate out there. Short ball hammered away, but straight to that short square leg. And ends the 54th over, 279 for 3. Different ways that both teams' fast bowlers have operated. England went to the short ball theory. Pakistan haven't gone there. Is there one sort of avenue they should look at?
Well, I think you need to have faster bowlers to do that. England did it predominantly with Bryden Cast, a little bit with Gus Atkinson, but also fit bowlers. We've just mentioned that not a lot of these seamers have bowled long spells. How fit are they? It takes so much out of you in this heat to bowl 4 or 5 overs of bouncers. Just ask Bryden Cast. He had to do that role for England. And you have to be high 80s. Your mate Rob Key, that is what is absolutely essential to him, to have in this bowling attack people of high pace, that when you get on a surface like this, you can have different plans. It's not a one-dimensional attack. I mean, you look at Pakistan cricket generally, what have they got wickets with? What bowlers do they produce? High pace, highly skillful, or mystery spin that can spin it both ways. Just lacking a bit of zip and a bit of pace, maybe, this attack.
Also, you need a bit of practice to exercise that option, the short pitch bowling option. England seem to be very good at it, and there's a proper planning behind that move, whereas for Pakistan, I think that's not their go-to strategy. More keen to reverse the ball and keep it within the stumps.
Yeah, fitness of fast bowlers, the absolute key in world cricket. If you can keep them fit, then you've got such a prize asset, and keeping their speeds up as well. We often look at a bowler and quote their speed in their first spell. What's their speed like in their second, third spell? Are they coming back? How are they being captained? Are they being bowled into the ground too soon in the day so that they can't come back?
Speed is sort of gone out of the circuit because of too much of white ball cricket. I think you're always banking on the exploits of being a different bowler, slow in pace, bit of mystery around you. If you're a fast bowler, certainly you're forced to bowl medium pace stuff, and look for variations, and I think that has come into Test cricket also. Nobody really wants to bowl fast these days. It's the fitness thing as well. The weather conditions here in subcontinent doesn't allow you on such pitches to bend your back and go flat out session after session. 280 for 3.
Still England trail by 276. Shah Afridi with a couple of catches leg side.
Going back to the speeds thing, I was looking at the stats in the summer in England, and the top 2 sides in the world are the sides that bowl the highest percentages of balls 85 mile an hour plus. So Australia with the likes of Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, etc., and India with Bhumi, Bumrah, Shami and Siraj. So just trying to get those speeds up in your attack and having a pool of fast bowlers just to rotate them and rest them as well.
They tend to do a little bit more with the ball also, the skill factor to go with pace. What has happened with some of the Pakistani pacers is that their pace is down, and B, not enough they're doing with the ball. The sideways movement seem to have subsided. I'm not too sure whether that's because they've been injured or whether there are fitness issues, but whatever the reason, I mean, Shah Afridi's pace is low and his sideways movement is not the same as it was about 2 years back. Naseem Shah falls now in the same category.
But do you not think it's a thankless task? I mean, bowling on these surfaces would take its toll on anyone, really. I mean, my point being is, don't look at the fastest, look at the sort of average there and their speeds throughout the day. Must take it out of you physically. How do you keep your speeds up year in, year out playing on these surfaces?
We had pace bowling that had pace and would bowl on such pitches and root out the opposition, absolutely demolish them. In fact, you know, the 2Ws wanted grassless pitches. Pitches that didn't have a lot of bounce, low bounce, so that they could reverse the ball at pace.
I guess they went and played domestic cricket around the world, England in particular, Waqar and Wasim, and that gets your fitness levels up by bowling and continuously bowling. I know some of these lads have played in England, but short bursts maybe in white ball cricket. Wasim had a long time at Lancashire and also playing club cricket as well. Just gets your levels of fitness up. Waqar at Glamorgan and Surrey, absolutely loved at those 2 counties.
Has been thrashed through the offside. He caught up with it and has raced to the fence.
And the margins squeeze when Brook is batting. Every time the ball has been pitched up in his zone, he's put it away. Once again, staying inside the line of the ball so that he can access the ball freely. I mean, he's a great talent because he plays all the formats, right? Nas plays white ball cricket,
yeah,
exceptionally well.
Yeah, he's an exceptional talent. He really is. He's got a massive future.
.286 for 3. 4.91. Session 2, slight dip. We're still going along at a fair clip, England. And that's on that conversation. One point here is that the scheduling of international cricket doesn't allow many players to actually go over and play 10 first class and play county cricket. Every other T20 league, there we go again, cramps. We saw Shan Masood, Abdullah Shafiq, now it's Joe Root.
Yeah, and Rizzy being Rizzy behind the stumps. He saw Root getting cramp and he was jumping up and down, and Rizwan just threw the ball at the bails. Went down on the sweep and immediately cramped there in his right hamstring, and Rizwan
That's cheeky and funny also. Yeah, I mean, the afternoon session can be tough, not only for bowlers, but also for batsmen. But he'll continue to move forward, Joe Root, nearing another 100. Yeah, I think this will probably allow players to have a bit of sip. It's drinks time here.
England 286 for 3. Root 86, Brook 32. And since he's come on, he's also gotten them at a run a ball.
just the one wicket to fall after lunch. Ben Duckett, who was LBW on the angle. Actually, Ahmed Jamal looked the most dangerous bowler in the morning, finding a little bit of reverse swing and some occasional bounce. And that was deserved reward for a decent spell. So he's got a wicket, 1 for 56. There's one apiece for Shaheen and Naseem, so all the seamers getting the wickets so far. Real problem for Shan Masood is Abrar, who's been expensive. England have attacked him with great gusto. Root has just suffered a bit of cramp in the calf, but after those afternoon drinks, and he's ready to go again. Oh, close.
Shan Masood's walked up to him with any interest whatsoever.
Not close. Rizwan has the view as he peers from behind Root to know that that pitch well outside the line of leg stump.
That's one of the problems if you're trying to get an LBW from that line round the wicket as a leggy, unless you bowl a googly and a big one, and we haven't seen a whole heap of spin. I don't mind the line and trying to change it, because what he's been doing so far has not worked, as you say, Ath. They've attacked him with great gusto. So why not try something a little bit different? If they clobber him here, then Shan does have a problem.
There's never a problem there, is there? In the Tapal Tea Lounge, fans come and go, enjoy the action, and with a cup of Pakistan's finest.
Yes,
yeah, the only way, if he's not going to bowl a googly, of getting an LB from round the wicket is to have it very full, a really full ball that perhaps a right-handed batter like Root tried to sweep, misread the length, and was pinned in front. But otherwise, very difficult, as you suggest.
38
for 3 at the end of the 57th.
Root will take it on because of the field that's been set, and he does play the shot by and large pretty well. The challenge he'll have is because of that cramp in the leg, it's not quite so easy to be as mobile as you would like, to get down and then up. We were talking next door, Ath, weren't we? Can't remember Joe Root going down with cramp that often. We did find one article, but it was mainly in Hindi, so it didn't really enlighten us.
Yeah, but then we all had the recollection of Virat Kohli. It was in a test match against India. Root went down with cramp, and Kohli helped ease the cramp by stretching his calf. But that's the only other time I can remember Root getting cramp. I think that must have been when he got a double 100 in Chennai in very hot conditions. But it's not a frequent thing that he suffers from. Pakistan trying to get the field right now for Harry Brook.
What have you done, Ath?
No, they came in rather forbiddingly there, didn't they? Well, it's a leg side set field, so it's going to be some short stuff to Harry Brook, and we've seen him occasionally get suckered into giving his wicket away. Is somebody who doesn't like not to score. He'll be eyeing up the spaces on the offside.
So what would you do, Irath, if you were in this position with Harry Brook? Look at the field set. It's quite an unusual sight. On the offside, only two up, there's third man down. You take it on, get into that position, that dynamic position, then deal with it?
I think it's difficult to take it onto the leg side given the field, the men that are out. The boundaries here in Multan are big. It's quite a sizable playing area. I suspect what he'll look to do is to try and give himself a bit of room and pierce those offside places like that. There's so much room there, and there's nobody in front of square, so the chances are that runs are there for the taking. Now, as I say, it has occasionally got him out. He got out like that at Lord's against Australia in the Ashes, but I don't think he'll be sucked into playing to where the fielders are. He's going to do that.
I think why that also becomes such a plausible option for Brook is because of the pace. The pace that Shaheen Shah Afridi is bowling at, 130 clicks, it allows for Brook to give himself room and play in front of square on the offside. Right. Again, the pace of Shaheen Shah Afridi won't bother him too much. You just see, he still gives himself, allows himself a lot of time, moves quickly, even while on the move. And he's intentionally playing it in front of square on the offside, in front of those two fielders. I think he might have to just change his tactics here, Shaheen, just a little bit.
Well, it was just too predictable. I think Pakistan could take a leaf out of Sri Lanka's book. If they want to try and tie Brook down completely, they could do what Sri Lanka did in the third test match of that series at the Oval and hold a kind of line at about 6th or 7th stump. Teams have had a bit of success with a short ball as well, so it's worth a try, but not with the field as set.
My mind turns back to that one-day international at the Riverside, actually, against Australia, when Mitchell Starc tried something similar, but the pitch was very different, i.e. there was a bit more pace in it. So the danger for Harry Brook when he was trying to back away and play it on the offside was not being caught at point or extra cover, it was being caught at third man. But it's so slow, this surface, that they've changed the field now, but he can sort of tennis racket it.
Powerfully pulled, but just for a single down to fine leg. Brook is one batsman who's had his eye on that fastest 100 for England, which is a 76 ball 100, held for a long time, since 1902. Had a really clunky sound off the bat, but there is a man out at deep square leg, so just a single for that rather expansive stroke. 298 for 3.
Joe Root is 88 not out. He already went past Sir Alistair Cook's record of test centuries for England, 34 at Lord's, and today he became the leading run scorer for England in men's test cricket. And he did it in incredible style, fitting of how he's played all of his cricket since he became an England player. He is an incredibly talented individual, obviously, but an incredibly modest man. Oh! And if we get a chance to speak to him later, Ath, I don't think he'll be yipping and yarring about his achievement.
Well, it depends if he's still there at the end of the day. He doesn't like giving interviews when he's not out overnight. But there'll be a time for reflection on these things later on, but there's still work to do. Oh, yeah. A very diffident wave of the bat, though, and wave of the hand. He's essentially quite a shy lad. He's not too demonstrative. He also knows that there was work to do given the position England were in, so records are obviously all well and good and you celebrate them, but in the context of the game there was more to do. 50 partnership, Brook contributing the lion's share.
I was talking about Brook, remember of memory in that series in Pakistan last time round. He played one of those extravagant shots over extra cover where he came down the track so far, leg side of the ball to Abrar. When he was bowling that line to him, he further stepped down off the cut strip and went over extra cover. Pretty extraordinary, that shot. As England bring up their 300, so he doesn't like to be tied down. He will try and innovate and keep the scoreboard ticking along.
Route to 90. Not much that he hasn't achieved in the game, as we've been reflecting on Joe Root's outstanding Test match record today, but he's never had 100 here in Pakistan. He had an unusually poor tour, actually, comparatively, and for him here 2 years ago, when other England batters carried all before them. So he'll have his eye on that 100 and more. 301 for 3.
On that tour, though, was Joe going through that period where he was trying to work out, bizarrely in his own words, where he belonged and how he fitted into this side, and he was trying to expand his game. Since then, he's gone back to what he's done for the best part of, well, over a decade, and look.
I think that's right, because what he hasn't done today is get sucked into playing how Duckett and Brook have been playing. So I think in the 100 partnership, Duckett contributed 80. In the 50 partnership with Brook has contributed 42. But Root's not trying to keep pace with them, he's just playing at his own tempo.
That average against Australia of 35. No century in Australia in the Ashes. Probably an itch he'll want to scratch at some point.
It's come to something, though, when we're being picky about his record in Pakistan, having not hit 100, and he's averaging 43.
Might be the last throw of the dice for Shaheen in this spell. A couple of catches leg side for Root and a gully. Well, it was worth a try with the short stuff, but I think this is far more up his street. Hasn't been a huge amount of reverse swing, there's been a little, but his great talent is finding that right length and getting it full enough. And the problem that Pakistan's captain has got is you want to use him as the battering ram and also the guy that pitches up and tries to get some reverse swing, and he can't do all. Physically too demanding.
Root leans into a drive. It will just pick up a couple.
And just going back to Joe Root and the way he's adapted to Baz ball, and obviously what he, like you say, he's gone back to what he's done for the best part of his career. What did he say? Is channeling the inner Hussain in that innings of 100 odd against Sri Lanka.
That's an unfortunate comparison.
And somewhat tongue-in-cheek. I think he's cramping again, though. This is a bit of a problem for Root. After he played that shot mistimed drive to extra cover again, he just started to feel his leg, back leg there, as he went down into that position on the drive, and that's a problem. You go back to that first day when both Shan Masood and Abdullah Shafiq got 100s, it was really cramp and weariness that did for them in the end, rather than any skill on the bowler's part.
Well, they've got these gels now, haven't they, that they swallow. We saw Joe Root taking some of that in. Apparently they're exceptionally good, but taste foul. Not like a sip of orange squash or something to try and get the levels up. They put this gel in these pouches and you swallow it, and it is very effective and very quick to work, but my goodness, they're not pleasant. But he'll know the importance of this moment, and he needs to try and keep going, keep the concentration up.
Beats covers left-hand side. It was very full from Shaheen, who's looked better when he's hit the pitch rather than floated it up on the drive. And that boundary, another fluent offside boundary, takes Root to 96.
Yeah, the previous one went straight to the fielder, this time to his left. It's just been fantastic to watch. He's been so much in control of the game. Plays the ball late, plays the ball right under his eyes. And timing also throughout, it's been immaculate.
Kind of on drive that took him to the record, but he finds mid-on this occasion. 3:07 for 3.
Yeah, hit the field there. Lovely shot, but look at this. Look how he opens the blade. He knows exactly where extra cover is, and he hit the ball at him a couple of times. He was going to make the same mistake again. Highly skilled, highly controlled batting. Just that bottom hand opens the face to get it past extra cover to his left. Beautiful batting. What an experienced 12th man. Well, not a 12th man duties, but England's Test captain running a drink out. Ben Stokes was doing laps of the ground today, just a walk. We understand he's had a bit of a bowl. And a fairly lengthy bat yesterday, so that is encouraging for England.
Yeah, he called for a drink, but also a pair of fresh gloves. That can be one of the challenges for a batter in this kind of heat, keeping your gloves dry. So the 12th man brought out drinks, but failed to bring out a new pair of gloves. And finally, they've arrived.
I think he's brought the wrong ones, judging by the way Joe's looking at those.
2 right-handed gloves.
That's happened before. Gone are the days of the inner gloves. Little chamois gloves inside the batting glove, which sort of save the main part of the glove. They get given so many pairs, they just change them.
.98.
Yes.
little bit of purchase. There's not much rough for Abrar to work with outside the right-handers off stump. The pitch is so hard, it's like concrete. And the bowlers are really having very little impact on the surface as they run through the crease. But he found a little bit of turn and bounce on that occasion.
Yeah, oh yeah.
99.
Oh yeah.
312 for 3. It's a warm afternoon in Multan. There's just a gentle breeze blowing, as you can see from the flag, which is not exactly limp, but not full stretch either. There's a smattering of England fans in who will be able to say in years to come that they were there when Joe Root broke Alistair Cook's record to become England's leading Test match run scorer, and Root is 1 run away now from another 100. Harry Brook has settled immediately and has looked in good form, 45 from 43. Eyes on Root now, and England 312 for 3. They're still a way behind, 244 runs behind, but they don't look troubled at the moment, and you wouldn't say that Pakistan's first innings total looks out of sight. Shaheen Shah Afridi has put in a shift, and now Naseem Shah will take his place.
Well, he's been off the field for 8 balls of the game so far, Joe Root. Having to bat 3, obviously, with that injury to Ben Duckett yesterday. He did quite a lot of chasing in the outfield as well in the first couple of days. Now he's batted for 166 deliveries for his 99. Little bit of cramp. Challenges you physically and mentally, these conditions.
But not technically. If there's one place you want to bat as a top order batter, it's Pakistan.
What, against Wasim and Waqar with the old ball?
Well, that was a challenge.
You hit
itself,
at the top of the order against the new ball.
Yeah, that was a challenge, but I don't think there are flatter pitches anywhere in the world than here.
I think the challenge in all of this for Shan would be his 3 quicker bowlers, because of the fact that Abrar has bowled now, what, 20 odd overs, 107 runs without a wicket. So the go-to frontline spinner hasn't performed as Shan would have hoped. So he also now has to take care of his quicker bowlers, bowl them in shorter spells. Salman Ali Agha in Bangladesh came to the post show where someone referred to him as a part-time bowler. He was very quick to correct us. It's like, if I bowl 40 overs in a test match, I'm not a part-time bowler anymore. So I'm sure Shan will have him bowl at some point. He's only bowled the 5 so far. Brook now on 49.
Man with cramp at the non-striker's end gave a very loud and clear call of no. It's a fruitful combination, Harry Brook, in Pakistan. 300s in the series 2 years ago. He likes batting here. He likes these low bounce pitches, and he has 50 once again.
Yeah, definitely seems to enjoy Pakistan and its batting cracks. 50 not out, followed up with the player of the series as well from 2 years ago. Just in the 49 deliveries. We've got 500s along with that, 10 half centuries. It has been fantastic in all formats.
Yeah, it's a strong start to his Test career, that, isn't it? Just 19 matches, barely a couple of years or so into his Test match career, albeit already well over 1,000 runs at an outstanding average. And in Pakistan, as we say, likes these low bounce pitches. Well, who wouldn't? But he's certainly taking advantage of them.
Well, the celebrations you will see for any personal milestones from Harry Brook will be understated. Much like his Yorkshire and England teammate Joe Root, just loves batting. So a minor milestone for Harry Brook. Another major milestone approaches for Joe Root in due course, who's at the non-striker's end on 99. We were talking about Joe Root, weren't we, Michael, at lunch, and the fact he's gone past Sir Alistair Cook. One of his great traits is his love of batting, his desire to get better and keep going. And if Harry Brook, his young teammate, can have that same desire, who knows?
Well, yeah, he's built from similar stuff, isn't he? He's a slightly different player, a bit more expansive, happy to take a greater number of risks. Extraordinarily talented, with hunger for runs, which all top-class batters have. Root's golden run in this calendar year continues. A record tumble to him in the morning session here in Multan. He now has a first Test match 100 in Pakistan in the afternoon session.
And his 35th in Test match cricket. He's too tired to celebrate. That's about as much as you're going to get. But another wonderful knock, and one of the best compliments I can pay him today is not only that remarkable run you're talking about, Ath, there's been an inevitability about it.
Absolutely, yeah. You're right, an inevitability about the record this morning. He needed only 39 at the start of play, an inevitability about the 100 this afternoon. He just doesn't look like getting out. He's not the type of batter to get himself out. Of course, he has done all batters do, but he's not generally somebody who will give it away.
I just pick up on stump mic. The message from Mohammad Rizwan to Abrar is to keep it way outside leg stump. And absolutely incredible. Fantastic feat. Another one to his illustrious career.
Now Root, I've seen him do this before and not successfully. He's batting left-handed there against Abrar. He did that once in New Zealand and got out almost immediately.
You said he wasn't going to give his wicket away and do something stupid, and then he bats left-handed.
Well, he's exceptionally talented. Maybe better right-handed. Like Root is going to stand left-handed and then shrewdly changes his mind. David Warner, who we've seen on social media, looked brilliant right-handed from time to time in the nets. 321 for 3.
So 3500s now for Joe Root. Went past to Alistair Cook earlier today in terms of the amount of runs scored by an Englishman in Test match cricket. And he is still going. Whether or not he will continue to bat left-handed at times, time will tell. Very elegant right-handed batsman, not so much left-handed, but one elegant left-handed batsman is alongside me now, David Gow.
How very kind. Yeah, another spectacular day for Root, for Joe Root. And breaking news, big day for the Roots. Billy's getting married today. Brother Billy, due to get married. So celebrations all round.
Master and the apprentice at the crease. Joe Root, been there, done it. For a dozen years, you feel the same about Harry Brook for years to come. This latest 100 from Root moves him up to number 6 in the all-time hundreds list. Just Dravid, Sangakkara, Ponting, Kallis and Tendulkar. So the same names obviously feature. Sangakkara, he went past as far as runs are concerned in the summer. But 3500s. I think the likes of Jayawardene, Gavaskar, someone else, Lara, and Yunis Khan as well. All got 34 Test match hundreds.
Yeah, they're all men who valued run making. Might sound sort of simple, but it's the ability to tackle each day in the same sort of fashion, the ability to keep one's ambitions high, the ability to keep standards high, not get bored at any stage.
Oh, now a rarity. Going past the outside edge of Joe Root, and Nazim almost says, please nick it, please. I've bowled you a really good ball there. Look at the carry as well. It deserved an edge, it didn't get one.
Yeah, it's a fantastic delivery, given all the circumstances. A little bit of something off the pitch, that's a rarity in itself. Good carry. Yeah, under these conditions, you're almost tempted to say, just give the bowler the wicket.
Lovely off drive. Shaheen will stop it comfortably. 323 for 3. One thing England may have to decide with Joe Root, and I thought it was something Pakistan could have done actually, with their 200 centurions early in their innings, and Abdullah, Shafiq and Shan Masood, as they started to falter in the heat and cramp started to take over, whether you could retire them injured and then bring them back later in the innings. They didn't. Pakistan continued to bat, Shan continued to bat, Abdullah continued to bat, and was soon out after cramp set in. Whether England could just retire Root here, get some fluids into him for a couple of hours. The next batter in Root won't want to leave the crease, but you can see he's struggling. The drinks have become more regular, the fluid intake has become more regular. Really is sapping heat out there.
Yeah, it just goes against the grain, doesn't it? And of course we've always quoted the great examples of those who've driven themselves to almost asphyxiation as they carry on despite the problems.
Away in the England summer, and every 100 that Joe Root gets now, he just acknowledges Graham Thorpe when he gets to 100. Hard sweep, man out there.
Going to your point, Nasser, about getting him retired hurt and ask him to bat later, might be a blessing in disguise for Pakistan. Haven't been able to dislodge him.
No, I'm not saying I would do that, but I would definitely have that as an option. There's still a lot of batting to do here for England. The best way of England winning this game is to bat ahead of Pakistan, get a lead, and then see what this pitch does late on day 4, day 5. I certainly wouldn't be retiring Joe Root, but I'd have that as an option if he does just struggle.
Catch it, wild ball, shabash.
Yeah, Abrar has tried so many things, and he has failed to make any impression on the batters. He's targeting the footholds, not getting any turn. Again, reverse sweep. This time around, only a single. Strike will be retained by Root. It's 326 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before today, and last time we were talking about it, the idea of trying different things was mooted, which he is. That pitch report we had from Basit Khan this morning told us that the surface is still very, very much intact. It's hard enough, that surface, even the footmarks aren't that much developed. So there's not as much as you might normally hope for to work with, even if you do this ploy going around the wicket, trying to find some purchase out of those footmarks.
Long debate. Two opening bowlers and skipper. What are our plans now? They must be around about plan 12 at the moment. Length, Yorkers, bouncers, reverse swing, straight, wide. What's the plan?
Well, that's as good a plan as any. Just and it's all about tight lines and that sort of fine margins thing. Keep it that sort of length, that sort of line. It limits the options initially, but then with these two, Root will find a way. Brook, of course, will always look for a way. He'll have a look for a couple, and if he's decided you're just going to try and do that, he'll look for a way to make a mess of the plan for you.
One thing I might do if I was Pakistan against Brook is just work on his patience. Sri Lanka did it against Harry Brook, where they bowled wide outside off stump with 7 players on the offside and 2 on the leg. And Harry Brook didn't like it. It stopped him scoring, and he found it a bit boring, to be honest. And in the end, it got him out. He got caught cover, having taken like a 6-gump guard, and had a little joke with Sri Lanka. He also has a slight technical issue where his front foot doesn't go across outside off stump. You mentioned it earlier, David. That sort of line, but to Harry Brook, and pack the offside field.
Yeah, one thing Naseem Shah could do here, Nasser, he can explore the idea of bowling round the stumps. We all know that Harry Brook likes to stay inside the line of the deliveries, and the ball leaving him might yield better result for the fast bowler.
Yeah, the word might is quite important here.
Yeah, the flatter the pitch, the more you have to think as a captain. Try and think out of the box.
Always nice to have memories, of course, of cricket around the world, those magic moments. And if you can't remember where you are, take a selfie with your Vigotel smartphone. Mark the moment.
You try and get a picture of Joe Root. It has been a special day for him. Achieved so many things on this day, Joe Root.
Yeah, they'd have all got that moment that he went past Sir Alistair Cook. At the moment that he got his 35th Test match 100. .332 for 3. Yeah, just comparing the cover drive. Watch how Joe Root gets that foot across to it and is in the perfect position. Whereas Harry Brook, when he drives, he does not move that front foot at all. And gets in the perfect position for an off drive. So I'm just wondering if Sri Lanka, as Sri Lanka did, throw the ball outside the off stump. Pakistan have a similar plan with an offside field. It is something that Harry Brook knows sides will try against him.
Oh yeah.
That's the problem for Root, where he is physically. One of his favourite shots is the sweep or reverse, and he looks in pain when he goes down for those shots. He looks like he thinks he's going to cramp up when he sweeps and reverse sweeps, but it is absolutely his go-to shot. And that is his go-to shot. Harry Brook picks up length of the spinner really well.
With that kind of a delivery, you have to spare a thought for the fielder. Placed at short leg. He was an endangered species at that particular time.
Catch!
Just going back to these respective cover drives, one of the things about moving your feet is to try and get your head in the right position. And because of the different body shapes, even though Harry Brook's foot, very much like Zach Crawley, even though the foot isn't across there, the head is still close enough to the line of the ball. And the other thing that's important, of course, is the angle of the bat. Two very straight bats, using pretty much, not quite, but there's more full face for Root, sort of 2/3, 3/4 face for Brook.
Oh, yeah!
335 for 3. Still plenty of batting to come. Smith, Wokes, Cast, Atkinson and Leach all bat. Still a very flat pitch.
Trying his hardest, Naseem Shah. Last couple of overs from him has been good, but no joy. Yeah, he was able to pick up a wicket with his first over, and after that it has been a toil for him.
Yeah, he'd be mighty grateful for that brilliant catch that brought in the wicket of Ollie Pope right at the start of the innings. And he has produced the odd Jaffa, the odd Perler, but they have been so few and far between.
Short ball, pulled uppishly, man out there. And just separates the two that are in the deep. Both looked at each other, they continue to look at each other. But all it produces is another boundary for Joe Root.
Yeah, Naseem Shah was complaining what the fielder was doing there. Why wasn't he behind square? Another boundary picked up. It's becoming harder and harder for the bowlers to dislodge Joe Root.
Fine leg just goes a little bit wider. That gap between those two men, it just closes a fraction. .41 for 3.
It was a brave effort sticking the bouncer in and worth the go. I mean, Joe Root was just slightly late on it, didn't control the hook shot at all. But if you're going to try it, best to have your men in the right position before you try it, and considering just afterwards that maybe they could have been somewhere else. There was a story way back. We had a plan once when one of my early days at Leicestershire, Ray Illingworth captain, playing at Taunton against Somerset and Viv Richards. And we had a plan to get rid of Viv because he loved the hook shot and he tended to hit it flat. and hard. And we said to Les Taylor, our fast bowler, on the 5th ball, I think it was Les, it was Paddy Clift or Les Taylor, but on the 5th ball, move from long leg to square leg. First 4 balls go down. 5th ball, the bounce was delivered perfectly. Viv smacks it hard and flat, straight to where fielder should be. He hadn't moved.
Forgot to move.
Forgot to move. You can imagine Ray Illingworth, Ash's winning captain, stern Yorkshireman, brilliant captain. You can imagine his reaction.
Well, Rizwan's just checking everyone's in the right place. Played 3 different shots there. Reverse, then thought about the normal, and then just flicked it leg side.
And then hobbled 2.
Yeah, judging by the body language.
Catch it!
Oh, that hurt. Hurt Joe Root. He had to absolutely put in a shift. He's just feeling his hamstrings there.
Yeah, judging by the body language of Abrar, it tells me that he has resigned to the fact that he cannot get Joe Root out. He's going through the motions at the moment.
Well, he wouldn't be the first. Yeah, Joe, I think, kind of misjudged that.
Oh, yeah.
As someone who's been intent on taking gentle runs for some time now, having to suddenly put the pedal down hard and scoot home was a major issue.
Oh,
Just one has stayed down for the spinner. Nothing really. That one just a little, couple of inches lower than it should have been.
catch it!
Can't build any pressure. Pakistan, 346 for 3.
I love the instinctive reaction every time a sweep shot is played. The shout goes up, catch it. Okay, sometimes it is airborne, but so often that sort of instinctive shout comes up, even though the ball was controlled, that it's a proper sweep shot with the ball going all along the ground, safely into space.
We're going to have a part-timer on now, Saim Ayub. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. He'll mix it up. He's got some variations in there. This is not a bad option just before tea.
Yeah, he bowled in power plays during the last PSL. And he picked up a few wickets.
Oh, yeah. पंजा जाए ना पंजा लिया था वो याद कर पंजा catch it.
There's that little flick of that carom ball, and Harry Brook just mentioning it to Joe Root. He'll bowl some off spinners, but he'll flick a few out that go the other way as well. That one did.
Oh, yeah, beautiful white. Good ball, good ball.
Comes back for 2, and that's the 100 partnership between the two Yorkshiremen, Root and Brook. It also brings up the 350, easy as you like for England. .63 from 74 for Brook, who loves batting in Pakistan. He had a phenomenal tour out here last time, and Joe Root loves batting everywhere, but in particular the subcontinent. Short ball played off the pitch from Harry Brook. 70 overs done, 351 for 3. And that should be tea.
And if you need a cuppa, Tapal Tea is the place to be. The Tapal Tea moment in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Was nursing a bit of cramp just before tea. No doubt they've filled him with liquids, given those legs a good rub. And the younger man would have said, "Come on, old boy, just keep going." Talking of which, Michael Atherton and Nasser Hussain alongside. So what do we expect from this final session?
Well, I think the challenge that you just mentioned is the one for Joe Root. It's not, he's not worried about the pitch, nor the bowlers. It's the cramp and the physical exertion that is the key.
Well, that's found a way through, round the back of the legs, all the way down to the boundary. No, just a diving stop. Good commitment from Salman Ali Agha.
So it will have been an important 20 minutes for Joe Root and the medical staff. They will have given him fluids and electrolytes, a rub down, a fresh shirt. You were a man who suffered cramp, Nas. What's the secret to getting rid of it?
Getting out early is always an option. Yeah, I think supplements, definitely. I used to take magnesium supplements. That definitely did help.
Helps you sleep, magnesium.
Maybe that explains some of the shots after then.
Sorry, we only just told you that now.
So you used to get cramp in your forearm, didn't you? You used to have very tight strappings around your gloves, which would give you cramp in your arm.
Yeah, inners. I used to wear those inners really tight. Probably shouldn't have done, but I did end up cramping my arms quite a bit. All you can do is get your supplements on board, basically. That's all you can do. It's a nice problem to have, that you're batting so long, your only issue is a physical one and cramping up. Bryden Carr spoke about it yesterday. They weigh themselves in, weigh themselves out to make sure they're not losing too much fluids, get it on board. Part of playing in this part of the world, really. Strolled the single there, Joe Root. He didn't sprint that one, just tapped in. .356 for 3. Yeah, we've had temperatures in the mid-30s over the city of Multan on days 1 and 3. Yesterday was a bit hazier. Maximum only about 25 yesterday, so comparative bliss. Worth making the point again that for the England cricketers coming from a terrible autumn, single-digit figures suddenly being transported to Multan's a bit different. Right, things inevitably taken at a leisurely pace out there. We've had Abrar starting up again from the pavilion end. Ahmed Jamal 1 for 56 so far. That one wicket coming very early in the piece.
He's probably looked the likeliest bowler today, I would say, Ahmed Jamal. He's got a strong shoulder action, bustling pace. He's found a little reverse swing back into the right-handers. Got the wicket of Duckett, of course. Just troubled Joe Root around the time that he went past Alistair Cook's record with a bit of bounce and reverse swing. See what he can find now.
Well, that's as straight as you like in terms of a straight drive.
Well, we did that thing on his foot positioning when it's outside off, but his foot positioning when it's straight is perfect. Because he doesn't get it in the way at all, he can access the ball. So his technique when the ball is around about off stump for the straight drive is look at this, absolutely perfect. Head, bat, everything in a line.
It was interesting, wasn't it? Because from side on, it looked like the bat was absolutely perfectly straight. And where the ball went, you'd think the bat was absolutely perfectly straight. But there's that little sort of wobble on the point of contact. Just look here, just to the point of contact.
Right, I'm going to ask you a boring pub question sort of thing you get.
You've never been in a pub in your life, let alone bought a round. Come on.
Who's the best you've seen, David? England player. Who's the best England test batter you've seen? The sort of thing you sit around discussing. You're in that list.
The sort of thing you sit around and discuss. I'm checking the wine list. It's always a good question. I normally change the answer day by day. But I mean, of all the people I played with, I'm going to have to say this: Graham Gooch, as a model professional and a dedicated run scorer, and talk about straight bats, he worked on that delivery of a straight back to the full ball time and time again. So he's right up there, through the 15 years or so that I was alongside the likes of Mr. Atherton here.
And
close
before,
second,
when you were
Michael.
growing up, who did you admire as a batter?
Well, I'm going to have to take you into ancient history here, of course. Left-handed batsman. One actually will surprise you, Graham Pollock, the South African. Very different styles, but I watched him, my first ever test match as a kid.
He was asking about England players.
Yeah, but I was going to say, no, but who did I admire? I've got to mention Graham. Watched England South Africa at Trent Bridge and he got 100. And again, talking of different styles, England batsman in that same sort of era just after, so 10 years later as a teenager, John Edridge. who opened the innings very brave. I mean, you remember that series against the West Indies, late 70s, where he and Brian Close took a battering at Old Trafford. But John was very well organised, made a 100 against New Zealand at Headingley, which I'd have been watching on a black and white television with one camera at one end. Summer holidays. Remember also at school, as we're talking about this, sorry, 360 for 3, as we're talking about this, at school in Canterbury, 20-minute walk from, hang on, what's he doing on the screen? How does he feature in this conversation? 20-minute walk from the centre of Canterbury to St Lawrence Ground in an era where the great Colin Cowdrey was imperious as well. He was one of the great timers of a cricket ball. On we go, 360 for 3.
It's the problem of comparing across the eras, though, isn't it? Which is a bit of a mugs game. We at T ran a montage of Joe Root and endless people saying he's England's greatest ever. But of course, none of us have seen Kenny Barrington, for example, who averaged in the mid-60s. Wally Hammond, who was regarded as one of the greatest of all time, Len Hutton and Jack Cobbs. It's an impossibility to compare and contrast down the eras.
Well, Harry Brook there on that sweep shot. It looks like the sweep is the hard shot because Harry Brook got cramp as well. He's feeling his right hamstring now. It's a shot they both play, but watch Brook here.
It's a measure of the conditions because he's only made 69. He's been batting for, what, 40 minutes and an hour, so an hour and 40 minutes, which is not a long innings by any stretch, yet he too is already cramping.
Well, I guess the quick single's out of the equation then. There's almost a sense of futility, isn't there, out there? Got a feel for Abrar. He's been round the wicket for a long, long time now, trying to find some sort of purchase from the footmarks. And there's nothing. Oh, yeah. 366 for 3. I mean, those that have looked at the pitch have said that it's still hard. But the footmarks haven't really developed as they would on most pitches.
I've looked at it the last few mornings. I haven't felt it's going to turn at all. I did think the cracks yesterday morning were very noticeable. For a day 2 pitch, I thought they must do something off those cracks. For the seamers, they've done nothing off those cracks. It's just too hard. Rock solid. It is like concrete out there, that pitch.
I mean, of all the pitches in the world that used to open up with those cracks, I mean, the Wacker was famous for it, wasn't it? And you had cracks that were sort of 2-3 inches wide. And you could, remember we fielded all day there on the 5th day once with cracks that big. And it hit the crack twice. Went sideways. You never get anyone out when it goes sideways like that. And also it depends whether you've got crumbly edges or firm edges on those cracks as to whether or not they have much effect. And it's normally the pace bowlers you get something from, but the spinners rarely get any assistance. So this cramping thing, I mean, the modern generation has.
At what point does a batter think about going off? You know, I felt Shan Masood, who was really inconvenienced on the first day, he probably should have gone off, actually. Abdullah Shafiq suffered, but not quite to the same extent.
Play straight. Well, I mean, it is just a reflection of the conditions, hot and humid, energy sapping, liquid sapping, so it's, I mean, the only ways around it are plenty of liquids, plenty of fluids, electrolytes, all those sort of things that professional teams will carry around with them.
Just looking ahead to the next well, half hour, 40 minutes or so, that second new ball is looming for Pakistan. You don't imagine it will do much, but I think you have to take it, in the sense that the hardness of the ball may just move off a crack. There may be some swing for Shaheen. It may offer the batters a greater opportunity to score runs, but I think you've still got to take it.
Yeah, it will come on to the bat. Brook and Root will like that if they are still in for that new ball. Definitely if you get a wicket. With Jamie Smith, you'd take one. And just throwing it ahead even further. England don't play for draws. Ben Stokes said that when he took over as captain, and he's been true to his word. He's drawn one game since he's taken over full time, and that was the rained off game at Old Trafford in the Ashes. How will he try and manufacture, or Ollie Pope in this case, how will they try and manufacture a win from this position, or a result? I don't think his bowlers would want him to declare behind. I think they'd want him to get a lead and try it that way round.
It's just dabbed away. And they will jog their runs here by and large.
It's the curiosity of a test match that has two high-scoring first innings scores, though, that the advantage actually sometimes is with the side batting second. I mean, conventional thought says that the advantage is with the side batting first because side batting second has to bat last. But when you take so much time out of the game and you have two really high-scoring first innings, maybe in the 600, 550 range, actually that third innings then becomes tricky, and the side batting first find themselves in a more awkward position until they get ahead of the game again.
Credit where it's due here for Ahmed Jamal. He's been pretty consistent with his lines and lengths, and there is just that little bit of old ball shape that at least merits some attention. Thought of a second for a fleeting moment and then realised that that would involve running. 369 for 3. Even the kites are resting, finding vantage points up on the lights. We had a big flock of them day one. They seem to have dispersed a bit the last couple of days. Eyeing up the drones suspiciously. Wouldn't be the first time a bird of prey has attacked a drone. Yeah, the stretching continues, the loosening, both legs it seems, for well, both Brook and Root actually.
Catch it! Oh yeah!
There's that reflex reaction shout of catch it, although Brook yet again on top of the ball. In those stages that ball viably airborne. Well, that one was airborne. Actually, from that angle, that line, just trying to paddle it round might work slightly better.
Since they've put 3 men there, Root has put that shot away. He's either played a reverse or gone towards extra cover, which is now vacant. Brook has carried on to play it, which is slightly higher risk with 3 men catching. We'll see if Root kicks it away as he did last over. He's put the sweep away for a while. Also physically it hurts him getting down and sweeping. He feels he's cramping up.
That was
goes back to the little paddle there.
Yeah, the little paddle is, or should be, slightly safer. Any top edge won't carry in the same way to those men who are 30 yards away and squarer. As long as you don't get one of those horrible ones that just sort of bounces a bit, loops up off the glove and gets the keeper potentially involved. But anything else, you're looking to manufacture a run around the corner. That's the way to do it.
Oh yeah!
Another over goes by. 370 for 3. Sort of edging towards a bit of a stalemate here. 370 for 3, 186 the difference still. Energy sapping conditions, people moving rather slowly around the field. Signs of resignation to one's fate. And that new ball thing that Michael was mentioning becomes relevant soonish. In the meantime, people just keep plugging away.
Have you apologised to Bazid Khan today? Just noted at the pitch report this morning you felt that his fashion sense and his dress code wasn't acceptable in the white trainers, and his general demeanour walking off was of a weary man on day 3 of the series.
Well, I think we're all feeling weary by this stage, but I felt Bazid was trying to get down with the kids this morning, rocking a pair of very fashionable trainers. Preferably should have spikes underneath to try and dig this pitch up.
You giving fashion advice and on how you walk off a cricket pitch.
Not just the fashion advice, but the ability to trudge off.
To move, yes.
Actually, apparently doing up your laces is
well, they're the
optional.
trainers of a man with a bad back, which is certainly relevant to me. If you can't bend down and do your laces.
Everything will be noted. Can't wait for the comeback. Oh, that's up in the air. That's a miscue. Good effort from Jamal to get it that high and that straight. Despite the fact there are 4 men in contention, I'm ruling out the mid-on, but 4 men in contention there. It drops safely in between them all.
Yeah, I mentioned Sri Lanka had tried to go wide for Harry Brook. In general, sides have gone with the short ball against England, and they've taken it on with however many men are in the deep or in a catching position. That did root for just lack of pace. Never arrived.
Oh, just that is the closest it's come for a long, long time to finding a way of dislodging someone.
And dislodging the bail. Did this roll onto the stumps? Hit him on the chest, spun back, he missed it with his right boot, and it did hit the stumps. The bail stays on.
I don't know which football team he supports, but he ain't getting a gig there, is he? Well, as we said, this pitch is so hard. I mean, the stumps will be in predetermined holes. They'll be solid too. It obviously takes a lot more than that to dislodge a bail, but a moment of good fortune. Well, an even higher bouncer this time. He's trying hard. Oh, I mean, that would annoy you, wouldn't it? On a pitch like this, you put every ounce of effort in. Umpire feels obliged to call it wide.
Well, the last 2 or 3 deliveries. Root flicking it up in the air, not caught, lands safely. Brook playing it onto his stump. Bail doesn't come off, and then a bouncer. Put in an effort. It is a wide, but he's got to go again.
I tell you what, again, this is an over where somehow from nowhere things have happened. 374 for 3. Well, that last over, we saw opportunities for Pakistan. That one that rolled back onto the stumps. The little bit of shape here and there, the bouncer. As Michael was saying, I'm sure the second new ball will be taken straight away, just to see if anything happens with that. Bra still going round the wicket, still looking for something from that angle. Yeah, so the last 10 overs he's bowled from that same angle, slightly varying lengths. And it's right up there, the sweep shot gets onto it.
The only thing, though, that's given him and his captain a measure of control, Duckett gave him some almighty punishment this morning, and unless he's bowled outside the right-hander's leg stump, they've just picked him off easily. At least with this line and with the field that's set, he's found an element of control, which is what Pakistan have needed now in the run-up to the second new ball.
Catch it!
Yes, it's basically an acceptance of conditions being against you as the bowler. Now, going back to that previous over, the miscue dropped safely. Then you got this extraordinary thing where the ricochet off the chest nearly went onto the stumps, or did go onto the stumps. Bouncer called wide, and then just a little bit of an inside edge. The sweep shot keeps coming. The singles keep coming. Looks flat from there. Slower. Just took the pace off that one. That sweep shot was early.
Harry Brook's got to tell himself, just stay in here. Runs will come if they take that new ball. There's runs to be had, there's 100 to be had. He's just had a bit of a frenetic 10 minutes. Kick it away, get to the new ball if they take it.
Oh! Actually, that's well bowled. I mean, again, it's one of the things, isn't it? Just judging the pace as a bowler. 376 for 3.
Game pulling away from Pakistan. England in hot pursuit of the deficit, which is reduced now to 130. That's a shot into the gap, and 4. Sorry, deficit is 180. In fact, now 176. It's been a marathon from Rutan, even though he's been cramping up a little, but there's no sight of him departing the crease.
Yeah, a testament to his character and desire still in the game. It's been testing conditions out there for any of the batters who've batted for a prolonged period of time.
We've seen everything from this pair. Some great shots, great running between the wickets, and never say die kind of spirit that makes you great players, or potential for Brook to become a genius and a great. Learning from the best in the business at the other end.
Yeah, play for the same county. He's got his mast in front of him as well, Brook, and Brook seems to have this affection with Pakistan. He's eyeing a big score here as well.
With his protection at deep point. Pace-wise, it's become kind of a one-dimensional fast bowling effort. Everyone hovering around that 128 to 134 range.
It was always going to be the conversation. There's plenty of, in fact, amongst us as well, we've had a discussion about Pakistan teams of the past and the skill and the quality. The huge element in all of that was also pace. 140s, mid 140s. Not too long ago, the entire Pakistan bowling contingent, even of the present, was clocking those speeds. Shaheen Shafridi himself, Naseem Shah, Haris Rauf, the three leaders in that. Ahsanullah came and went. And the drop of pace is significantly hurting Pakistan, especially on flat tracks like this. So we don't have that express pace. We saw it work during Bangladesh as well. Nahid Rana came in and banged the ball short and made all the difference.
Aruj, when you lose a bit of pace as a fast bowler, what is required to stay in the side? To bring that consistency, raise your skill level? What we have seen throughout the day and yesterday, we haven't seen any bowler pushing the ball in the same area consistently. Perseverance always pay, but they lack that skill. There is no consistency. Maybe they are over trying things. Maybe they haven't got the ability. That's where they need to raise their game. If the pitch is not responding to you, what you're required to do as a bowler, you have to make the batsmen work hard for their runs. We haven't seen that.
A reverse swing bouncer followed the batter. Seldom that you see a side after scoring so many runs to be on the defensive the very next day, and that is where England have been so impressive. Partnerships and very classy batting.
And then Ramesh bhai, when your spinner is not bowling properly on a surface like this, brings a lot of pressure on the fast bowlers, and they're forced to overtry things. It's 382 for 3. They're carrying on with the point that we were making in the previous over. Yeah, not long ago, Salman Ali Agha was preferred as a finger spinner, frontline spinner in the Pakistani lineup against Bangladesh. And here, he has only used for 5 overs. Makes you wonder, you were wrong there or here?
He's off. He's been good with the ball. Generally, Pakistan have tried hard. He's been excellent in the field. Amir Jamal with a great catch and then almost grassing the other one. Picking up a wicket. So it has been a full heart performance. Can't question his character or his hard work, but it's just that results haven't come Pakistan's way with the ball as it was expected. The pitch has been docile, to say the least. 5:56. One felt that Pakistan dragged the innings just a little bit, but now when we see England going at a rapid pace, and it's still just 174 runs away from that 5:56, it wasn't such a bad idea really to continue batting from Pakistan. It's pretty negative actually. So he's tried his hand at blocking one end, but what next now? I think Pakistan need to plan to pick up a wicket now, and Abrar has been used as a run saver rather than as an attacking option.
And that's where Pakistan is faltering. Usually leg spinners are a wicket-taking option, and once they're used as a defensive option, then it means you have resigned to the fact. It's hard to pick up wickets here.
Clearly, at the moment, this line of bowling outside the leg stump is more so to curtail runs. And if you look at that from that point of view, again pitching outside. You look at it from that point of view, the last 12 overs Abrar's bowled, he's only given runs at just over 3 runs and over. Been hit for 4 boundaries, only the 38 runs in the 12 overs. So if the plan was to just halt the scoring rate, that has for sure worked. In the first 20 overs, he was going at over 6 runs and over. He's found a little bit uncomfortable because of the cramp as well. He had put away that sweep for a while because of that ring of fielders on the leg side. 3 men catching and deep fine. Rars is persisting with this line.
Standing outside the leg stump at front leg to make sure that he doesn't get bowled out from behind the legs. But it's just that England are quite happy following this pattern, because yes, the scoring rate has died down just a little bit. May help Pakistan for about half an hour or so, but it's a strategy that's not really worked when it comes to picking up wickets and exerting pressure on England. 386 for 3. So right now I think Pakistan are quite happy just delaying the inevitable, making England play a few dots, and for that deficit to look just a little bit bigger for England. Salman Ali Agha coming on to bowl. Straight away bowling from round the stumps. Normally off spinners toe that line if the ball is spinning or if they've got a good floater. I think right now the ploy will be to block the batters with that on the pads kind of line, and that's such a good shot, just moving away from the line, exposing the stumps and picking up 2 runs through the offside.
Ramiz, I think that point you make, that not often do you see a team who won the toss chose to bat first at home conditions, seeming at a loss for ideas. Yes, tough conditions at 22 yards, very difficult, very flat, Pakistan had 556 on the board. Not in the driver's seat.
Reverse sweep again. Gets him 2 runs. Yeah, as a Pakistani fan, you must be nervous. Because Pakistanis, they haven't batted well in the second innings of late. Not long ago against Bangladesh, we really struggled. Yes, we were able to put a decent total on the board in the first innings, but second innings, we couldn't even play 90 overs. So the Pakistani, they need to find a way to pick up wickets here. Yes, the look of the pitch has belied the behavior. There is no doubt about it. But you have to think, plot and plan.
It's a kind of a pitch where all you need to do is to concentrate and rest will follow. Got to keep your strength reserves, make sure that you don't lose your concentration. It's not such a demanding task. It doesn't become a demanding task. The other thing could be to bring the field in, let them hit over the top, do something different, because right now what is happening is that they're being allowed to improvise, pick up 1s and 2s at will, and then every now and then they leak a 4. So there's no pressure being exerted as such. They've not allowed the pressure to mount on them, England. It's 3-9-2 for 3. It's been kind of a marathon for the bowlers. 80 overs without a lot of value. Just 3 wickets have gone down. I think now is the time for Pakistan to maybe experiment with the field positions, because otherwise if they get another 60-70 to 392, then it'll be too late for them to experiment. They will have to fall back on negative tactics. So maybe now is the time to get the field in. If a wicket falls now, they'd be able to put a little bit more pressure on England.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, which is not responsive to the bowlers, there are 2 ways of getting wickets. One is playing with the patience of the batsman and have him commit a mistake, or buy a wicket by tossing the ball up, inviting batsmen to go for a big one, expensive stroke. Or at the moment, going through the motions.
In the last 10 overs, only 1 boundary has been struck, but they're still going at 4 and over, a little over 4 and over. So, I mean, it's a good, decent job, but not entirely satisfactory, because they've not lost a wicket. So the pressure that Pakistan want to exert on England have not really yielded results. As I speak, that's the second 4 in the last 11 overs. That's well struck sweep shot.
I was just going to mention that Joe Root might have stopped playing the sweep with the field set, also given his cramps slightly more difficult. Harry Brook hasn't. They've persisted with this line far outside the leg stump. Every now and then Abrar drops it short. Harry Brook is being able to pick up 1s and 2s. This time pierces the gap as well. So it might have halted or slowed down the tempo, but still Salman's previous over with the 1s and 2s gave 6. This one already 6 through this over as well. Make that 8, also brings up the 150 run partnership between the two. The runs are still coming.
400 on the board as well. And things are happening for the English batsman here. Yeah, every time we have seen a batsman jumping out of the crease to Abrar, the next delivery he bowls is way short. Well, that inside edge, past the wicketkeeper. Couple more runs.
With the way the field is set, they're asking him to play that sweep shot, and they're hoping for it to either lob to one of the three men near the umpire, and if not, and if he wants the runs, he has the open areas on the offside. Now remember, he does have that extravagant shot over extra cover when he goes down for the leg side of the ball. He hasn't played that yet so far. He's persisted to attack this leg side line from Abrar. It's 402 for 3.
It's been a tough gig for the bowlers in this test match so far. Leach 3 for 160 in his 40 overs cast, 2 for 74 on debut, Atkinson 2 for 99, and then Root picked up 1 wicket in reply. Naseem 15 overs, 1 for 63, saw a bit of reverse from him. Shaheen has picked up a wicket. Jamal 1 for 73, bit of South Shakil now, left arm spin.
Yeah, if you're asking the auxiliary bowler to have a go at the batters, you have to ask them to bowl it slower. And if they're darting the ball, they're providing that pace for the batters to work with and maneuver the length. Scoring runs becomes very easy. Kingdom Valley, the royal lifestyle. You need to visit. Find the options there for yourself.
Now the other thing is the new ball is also available to Pakistan, but the point that you make, Amir, it echoes with the fact that once the new ball comes in, it's a hard new ball, skids off the surface, comes on better onto the bat as well. Pakistan now resorting to their 7th bowler in Saud.
Whatever Pakistan needs to do, any change of plan, strategy, second new ball, it has to happen right now. Otherwise, the game will run away from them.
Well, that is the only option for the Pakistanis at the moment. Because no impression has been created in the last an hour and a half on the batters. Scoring runs at their will. So as a captain, you have to go for the second new ball without wasting any time.
I say run away from Pakistan after having scored so many runs in the first innings because of what transpired against Bangladesh. It wasn't such a happy outing for them in the second innings. So it's a bad recall moment for most batters, and Pakistan cannot put themselves under that situation scenario again. What, 4 or 5 for 3? Third wicket fell at 249, and it's 406 now. Masterful partnership. At a very good pace. Root not only becoming England's highest run scorer, but with a powerful century to go with it, and Brook just 8 away from 100.
They're finally deciding to change the angle, Abrar. Let's see how he fares. A lone slip, a lone attacking fielder.
The discussion we're having is around the new ball that's available to Pakistan. Whatever tactics have to come in now. Why? Because the deficit only 150 runs now. That's extraordinary. That is absolutely brilliant from Harry Brook. He jumps to 98.
Yeah, how many would hit a 6 in the 90s like this? Effortlessly put away. That over the wicket angle, not worrying him at all. This is great batting.
Child's play. Good usage of the feet. Full face of the bat. And got the desired result.
And now, while Harry Brook's gone to 99, Joe Root 141. And conversation we were having important because Pakistan has had its fair share of troubles batting in that second innings. In the last 5 test matches, 3 in Australia, 2 in Bangladesh. Second innings for Pakistan, 89 all out, 237, 115 all out, 146 all out, and 172 all out. I heard Nasser Hussain and Michael Atherton talking about the fact that Ben Stokes has made it very clear that in this regime, he's always going to try and go for the win. They don't like the draws. So it's at that point where it just hangs in the balance, slipping away from Pakistan. They got their fair share of troubles in that second innings. England controlling the game at the moment.
You have become a knowledge font, haven't you, Uroj? It's 414, beg your pardon, for 3.
Amr, just homework done with the plenty of time we've had on our hands. And why I say that, because again, England, how much they feel is enough, where they dangle the carrot. And it's going to be very interesting because they are now in a position where they will, or they can set it up. And I say that because yes, 142 they still trail by, but because of this nature of the surface we're playing on, a batsman on 99, a batsman on 142, with men who can still bat, so Pakistan will have to pull something very special out of the hat at the moment.
Easily done. Brook is on strike on 99. He's got a remarkable track record here in Pakistan, and according to him, the best batting surfaces in the world. And the result shows if he gets another run, that'll be his 4th 100 here in Pakistan, and probably in line to get an honorary citizenship also. Cuts well, picks up a run, it's misfielded at point, come back for 2, and that's another great 100 by Brook. He doesn't seem to break his stride at all when he's batting here on these pitches in Pakistan. That's terrific 100 and a terrific track record for a very, very great talent. He's an exceptional talent. Let's not forget his prowess in white ball cricket, and in test cricket he averages over 50.
Yeah, he had few issues with his technique. It's all sorted. The moment he came out, he established superiority over all the bowlers. Started to hit boundaries frequently. It has been a brilliant innings.
His quality of shot making is worth watching. I think that is where England have scored more points than Pakistan. Some of the shots from Crawley and from the rest of the cast, Root, serene and calm at the crease and driving masterfully well. And now we've got Brook, who is such a complete all-round player. It's become a bit of a mental game now for Pakistan. How to survive this partnership, how to break this partnership, and what happens to the batters in the second innings, in the last innings, on day 4, day 5 performance. Yeah, majestic. Really is majestic. Cover drive. Wonderfully played.
Classical. And executed that stroke with consummate ease. Brook on that occasion. Wasn't a full swing, just a mere push, and the ball travelled.
This could be a short stint for Saud Shakil. 2 overs, none for 14 for him. 4-2, 3 for 3.
Exceptional young player, Harry Brook, with his whole career ahead of him, partnering a man who has not got that much more to achieve in the game. Brook is 107, Root is 144. England are closing in on Pakistan. To look at the wagon wheel of Harry Brook's innings, which has included 9 fours and that 6 down the ground that took him to within sight of his 100. He's 4th now in as many test matches in Pakistan. He loves batting here. Ian Bazid, the second new ball is available to Pakistan. They've surely got to take it, haven't they, before it becomes too late?
I don't know why they haven't. Even if you want to bowl Abrar, give him the new ball. If you want to bowl spin, give both spinners the new ball. Nothing's really happened with the old ball. It's just delaying the inevitable. And England carry on.
The deficit for England is still 131. They have a crack with the new ball now, and I would give it to Shaheen and Naseem. And you do manage to get a wicket. You've got Jamie Smith, who's never batted here in Pakistan before. You're still in front of the game. But if you leave it too long and just allow Root and Brook to accumulate runs in Root's case, and Brook a little bit quicker than that, suddenly the situation becomes very different. So you may as well have a crack with it now.
Well, I think Shaheen Shah Afridi's loosening. Root is now cramping again. He's done the ministry of silly walks up to the other end, but he's made it safely back for 2. Needs a bit of WD-40 and some electrolytes. Physically taking its toll. The sweep shots are the issues. You've got to get down and then get back up. I thought he was going to settle for 1, but he did manage to come back for 2. You've got to take that new ball, though. You've got to give it a go, even if it's to say to Shaheen Shah Afridi, Naseem Shah, right, I want 3 overs. And let's do 3 overs of bumpers. It might come off different. Hold it cross seam, doesn't matter. And then, Bassett, as you said, give it back to Abrar with a harder new ball. But try something.
Ready and waiting. .427 for 3.
Compare and contrast those 2 Kookaburra balls. That looks like the Dogs had it. The other one is pristine. So it is going to be Shaheen Shah Afridi. Is he going to get his hands on that straight away, or is it going to be a couple of looseness with the old ball? Perhaps see if he can get some reverse, but surely that has got to be taken sooner rather than later. If you do try that bumper barrage, neither of these guys are moving particularly well with cramp. They're moving okay, but get them ducking and weaving and trying to play the pull shot. They might make a false move. Have a look at the field that is being set. Got a gully, a deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, catching straight mid-wicket. A straightish mid-wicket saving one. Deep, long leg, man on the hook, mid-on.
That's a really good test of Shaheen Shah Afridi, this as well, because we're late into the day here, and it will ask questions of his conditioning for the 5-day game. He's only played 1 first-class game, that test match against Bangladesh, in the last year. And it's a problem we see the world over, actually, because of the nature of the schedules now, because of the fact that many of the best cricketers, and you'd put Shaheen Shah Afridi in that category, because they play multi-format, they don't get the chance to play much first-class cricket, so they come into a test match very short of conditioning for the 5-day game, when they have to come back for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, sometimes 5th spells. So that's a challenge for some of these bowlers. Shaheen now gets his hand on the new Kookaburra. Let's see what it offers him.
Yeah, and the other problem here is that there is workload management, and a few weeks ago, or just 10 days ago, Gary Kirsten it was, he said that Shaheen's bowled a lot of overs. Now all these overs are white ball cricket, so there is a difference. There's not a spell where he's bowling 8 overs then coming back for 5 overs. It's not like that. It's 4 overs apiece. He's bowled a lot of overs, but in a completely different format.
Two catches then, one at an orthodox first slip, or maybe slightly wider, and a 4th slip. And of course, talking about what the new ball will offer the bowlers, but the batters out there as well, Joe Root and Harry Brook, may feel that it gives them opportunities to score more freely as well, because the new ball will come onto the bat a little quicker.
Come on, you were the opening batsman here. How much easier is it to face the second new ball when you're 80-odd, 100 not out, and I suppose the brand new ball and the bowlers are fresh?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's more of a pleasure than the first new ball, that's for sure. Root was just asking Brook whether there was any swing as after that first ball, which Brook tucked into the leg side. You could see Root motioning whether there was any swing, and there has been just a little bit of movement in the air.
That was that famous test match you guys won in Karachi. You got 100, 400 or something deliveries. Did you face the third new ball as well?
I have to cast my mind back, Baz. It was a lengthy and very boring innings, I know that much.
Which one?
Leg slip in now for that in swing to the right-hander. That's the Shaheen speciality, the in-swinging Yorker. 429 for 3.
.579 minutes. Innings, Michael, of pure joy. I've just been up with a strike rate of 29. Here today. And Brook's strike rate by comparison, Michael, 86.
Yeah, they're doing it a very different way, as they did 2 years ago here, winning by scoring so quickly in a way that players of an earlier generation wouldn't have imagined, really. The way back then, and you're talking 20 years ago, when faced with a big first innings score, was to kind of grind your way to parity if you could, and then put some pressure on the team batting third. But England score quickly, put time in the game. Now Naseem Shah, same challenge for him as that we mentioned for Shaheen Shah Afridi, coming back late in the day for another spell.
I think the next 25 minutes of cricket might show us where Pakistan are, because there's no guarantee that this new ball is going to take wickets. It might disappear to the fence because of the hardness on it. But can they at least fully commit to a plan and absolutely give it their all and try and break this partnership, get Jamie Smith in?
Well, there's some swing there, albeit from a very wide line.
It's also swing, but swing from the hand. So that is far easier for a batsman to line up, particularly one of the class of Joe Root, who's 147 not out. Change of field, one of the slips comes out in front of Joe Root, sort of catching it just in front of square on the offside. So one slip and a gully.
Lovely. Stand and admire. Joe Root stood and admired his own shot there, and we can do so on television as well. A wonderful way to go through to 150. It's his 15th score, remarkably, in Test cricket of 150 or more. What an innings, what a play.
Fabulous. Goes with the swing. Absolutely nails it through the offside. Whether he's on 10 or 147, he'll play that shot beautifully.
Well, it's worth another look, this, isn't it? All the rhythm, the balance, the poise. Beautiful. Now then, just mark that one down and put it in the archives. Some seam movement here in Multan.
I think that's gone straight over the top of middle and off. Hint of seam movement. Gracious me, that's tight. Sort of a leave you play at the Wacker or somewhere like that. Not so easy to do on pitches like this.
That is what a new ball will give you, though. You just never know. Hardness of the seam, hardness of the leather, just biting into the surface, maybe finding the edge of a crack. Seven overs done, 434 for 3. Looks like everybody's in need of a drink. Any for Ollie Pope's thoughts looking at that scorecard? He failed to score, but Crawley made 78, Duckett 84, both played beautifully. And the two Yorkies, Joe Root and Harry Brook, have gone through to fabulous hundreds here in Multan. Root is 152, Harry Brook is 109. England are closing in on Pakistan's first innings score. They're still 122 or so adrift. They're scoring quickly. Pakistan have just taken the second new ball and desperately need Strokes as he played all day, an on drive to 100 and a beautiful cover drive to get through to 150. So it's a matter now of how much energy and determination he's got. Both these batters have been suffering from cramp in the hot afternoon sun.
Well, even Shaheen Shah Afridi is just stretching his hamstring. I mentioned that he hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket of late. He's bowled a lot of overs, but in white ball cricket it's a very short burst.
More runs for Root through the offside as he leans into a drive. Gently comes back for 3. You can see that he's still suffering a little bit. He doesn't sprint his runs, he just makes sure he gives enough energy to get to the crease when he needs to.
Sure.
Inverex solar energy, great facility for the fans. You can charge your mobile phones, tablets through Inverex solar energy while watching the game, while having a chat.
You mentioned saving energy, Ath. I'm sure there's a tennis fan out there that will correct me, but believe I'm right in saying Jimmy Connors was playing in a game, I think against John McEnroe. It was very, very hot and it was tiring, and he completely sort of gave up when McEnroe was serving, just gave him his serve and reserved all of his energy for when he was serving, and there was a big point. It just completely, go on, you can have your service, then I'm going to keep mine and we'll keep the game going till the end, and then I'll put in whatever reserves I've got. I think there's a touch of that with Rutan running between the wickets at the minute, just serving whatever's left in the tank. And there won't be much if he's there at the end of the day. Not saying yet, but when would you throw this new ball to a spinner and just see if something will happen?
Well, it'll have to be reasonably soon, because at this stage a captain can't ask a fast bowler like Shaheen to bowl more than a 4-over spell, say. So you've got to give him a go. You give him the new balls, give him a go, but you make sure he knows that it's not for a long time. And then give your spinners a harder ball to have a crack with. 438 for 3.
The deficit is 118, and we've got about an hour of cricket remaining on day 3. Scoring rate has just slowed a little in that over, but England score it as they have been. They'll be close to Pakistan towards stumps on day 3. And you'd say very much in the box seat, particularly if these two are still going.
He's holding a wide line, Naseem Shah. There's a bit of swing with this second new ball, but he's starting it wide, going wider. Maybe because they feel they can frustrate England's batters, and in particular Harry Brook, who's shown at times that he doesn't quite like to be frustrated outside the off stump. But at least there's a bit there in the air and off the seam for Naseem Shah.
Just a hint of movement from Naseem Shah, not that time around, but the shape away. Also that previous over, the ball seaming back in. But just the feel of the game right now, it's almost as if the last hour or so Pakistan have completely backed off. There was a prolonged spell from round the wicket from Abrar to stem the flow of runs, then the delay in taking the new ball. Now the new ball has been taken, yes, but it's all since then been the same. It's Naseem Shah, Shaheen Shah Afridi, regulation fields. There's nothing as such being done differently, or tried at least, to get back into the game. Yes, it could all change. Naseem Shah could produce a delivery that hits the stumps right now. You just look at this last hour and a bit where they've let the game meander and not really put any sort of effort in even thinking the way of wickets. And it's now the deficit of 150. Now the only way that you would think that England can win the game is if they can get a lead and overtake Pakistan and then put Pakistan under pressure. Right now Shan Masood still has 115 runs to play with, but that could disappear very quickly.
really, no matter who. There's just not much there. But try your best, keep
England trailed by 113. .5 overs old, this new ball. Last time we were on, in fact, the three of us, myself, Ramiz and Ahmed, were discussing at that point. Remember, I think it was 150 the deficit, now 113. And it was that point we were trying to make sense of how quickly something might have to change because the trail disappearing quickly. So they have taken the new ball. Naseem Shah, I thought, was good with it. The length that he maintained, just driving both Brook and Root further out to the offside. One that came back in, held a line as well. And you just want that breakthrough with this new ball.
Just felt that the end from where Naseem Shah was bowling, which is the pavilion end, had something more to offer compared to the media end from where Shaheen Afridi is bowling. Two different bowlers also. Naseem Shah hits the length harder, and Shaheen more keen in floating the ball up to get some swing. But because the rhythm is with England, even that special over, a couple of overs from Naseem Shah, they've gotten away with it. And that's the value of partnership and somebody batting on 115 and 157.
Both the batters, they have changed gears. They know that if the Pakistanis are to come back into this game is with the second new ball, if they pick up wicket. And now they're all defensive at the moment, waiting for the opportunity. Waiting for the opportunity. Bowler to falter.
It'll be problematic for Pakistan if this pair goes on right till the end today and come back again tomorrow morning, because they'll have fresher legs and be more dangerous for Pakistan.
A rare play and a miss. When you're batting at 115 and the form that you're in, you almost back yourself. There's a little bit of carry and zip across to the right-hander as well now from Shaheen.
Every time he has bowled just back of the length, Shaheen Shah Afridi, he got that natural left arm angle and has troubled the batsman. Unfortunately, he hasn't been consistent. That's where he should be. Or maybe a couple of inches closer to the off stump.
This time off the middle, and this time pings away for 4. That is absolutely exquisite to watch.
I mean, that is one special drive. He's played few like that earlier as well. 200-run partnership is raised, but have a look at this easy grace through the offside. Picture perfect. They've not really been able to crack the code how to get Brook out here in Pakistan. 4 tests, 4 hundreds. So analytically, Pakistan have been pretty ordinary against Brook.
Yeah, Ramiz, they say diligence is the mother of good luck. And I think that's what you were alluding to.
Picks up one. 450 for 3.
Plenty of options being exhausted by the Pakistani captain. Only 3 had a joy. Jamal, Naseem, Shaheen, the baseman. Spinners yet to make any impact on English batters.
So with another bowler added to that list, Pakistan using 7 of them. And it's only the 3 seamers who've been able to impact the game so far. I saw Amir Jamal walk off slightly earlier. He bent his back, he put an effort into it. Saw the short ball from him as well. I thought he's been the pick of the bowlers from Pakistan's point of view so far.
You're talking about Naseem Shah. He's really bowled well with the new ball. He's the only one who got a bit of swing in the air and also deviation of the surface. And has bowled without any luck.
You also start picking up on body language. At this point, 90 overs, Pakistan has been in the field. Few shoulders dropping. Not picking up Rizwan as much as behind the stumps as well.
Seems to have a lot of extra time when he's batting, Brook. Hallmark of a good batsman. Gets into position, and it's not always that he gets or tries to get behind the line of the ball, because he wants to access the ball freely through the offside especially, so he stays inside the line. That's a different way of playing a cover drive or off drive, but he looks so mighty pleasing.
Yeah, economy of footwork. And that gives him a wide range of strokes. He's explosive on the offside and very effective on the onside. Just uses the angle quite well. Yeah, talking about this game, yes, this game has been dominated by the conditions, no doubt about it. But at the moment, it's England also. Started to boss things. They are nicely placed, gaining strength after every over. English side in this test match.
Picked up off a length and dispatched in front of square for 4.
131 is not going to threaten a guy who's batting at 160. Easy shot to play. Naseem Shah just trying his hand at bit of variation by pitching that one shot. I don't know whether it was intentional or a tired ball, but whatever it was put away beautifully.
And it tells you how much time Joe Root has. It wasn't a short delivery. And if a batsman is able to pull the ball with a vertical bat swing, it tells you the misery of fast bowlers.
Shouts of catch it. The official mobile handset partner and the Vigotel selfie moment as well. Plenty of fans with that one, plenty of smiles. Might have just dulled down a little bit. Yeah, the selfie is carrying on, the smile is dulling out.
Apologies, 456 for 3. A 5-5-6 plays 4-5-6. England now just trailed by 100. 207 between Joe Root and Harry Brook. It's only the second 200-run partnership for England versus Pakistan for the 4th wicket. The previous one came all the way back in 2006. Paul Collingwood and Alistair Cook. Brook and Root now have their second change of bowling. 32 overs and adding more now, Abrar. That's one way to welcome him to the crease. It's not the first time he'd seen that happen. Struck for 4 for the very first.
That's not a great start. I know it's a newish ball, but you've got to be on target and much better than this. Deficit is now under 100. A rank full toss put away very nicely.
That's the one thing he's massively struggled with. Mystery or no mystery, you got to have control of the length. And he's starting to become a mystery for all the wrong reasons now. He's found it very difficult to control the length. Every now and then he's floated one up or dropped it short. And that's the problem. Your front line spinner, A, hasn't been able to get you wickets. B, hasn't even been able to control the stem the flow of runs. Double whammy for Pakistan so far in the game. Another beauty. Another beauty pinging off the bat of Brook.
Yeah, he has conceded 167 runs. It should challenge his ego. He should be jolted. It should wake him up and say, okay, I have to redeem myself. I have to pick up a few wickets here. But his demeanor, body language, not there.
Absolutely right. I think he seems to be in a trance, as if he's bowling his first over. He's got to come and rescue Shan Masood, rescue his team, because he's got to be given an order or a profile, and all because of Aruj, because the advice that she gave, obviously he's followed it through.
I told him to keep his glasses on,
so that he could see the target a bit better.
See? Telling him, listen, glasses, keep them on so you can see better. Listen. He didn't.
And he found it funny.
He thought I was joking. Another over goes by. 12 come off Abrar's once he comes back into his spell. 4-6-8 for 3. England now trail by 88. A placid track where all the batters have enjoyed themselves. You'd almost play the game out and you knew England were going to come at you with a big score. It was just about how quickly they get the score. It was Pakistan, whether they were able to make inroads with that new ball, whether that spin, that mystery spin was going to be effective.
Well, England have cracked open this test match wide open. 87 is the deficit. And the way they're batting, I think by tea time, I think it'll be before tea time that they'll declare with a plus of 200 maybe. England's belligerence and brilliance really with the bat outdid Pakistan today.
So you have given up as well?
I don't want to paint doomsday scenario, but of late that's what's been happening with Pakistan cricket, and Pakistan's second innings performance has not really been great. Importantly, the environment in the dugout has got to be just a little bit better now, because everyone will be under pressure, because that is a bad recall moment for everyone to discuss in the dugout. So they need to keep this group happy and positive. And so there's onus on the coaching staff to not look disappointed and despondent. I think they need to still be encouraging.
Well, on the other side, they can be challenged, or they can challenge themselves. Okay, yes, we were short against Bangladesh in the second innings. Let's do something special here. You know, if, like the scenario you painted, if England goes on to bat till tea tomorrow, then a draw is going to be a positive result for Pakistan.
Yeah, I mean, certainly will be. They'll get out of jail. Absolutely. They'll love a draw at this stage. And normally when you score over 500 runs, you're looking for a positive result in your favor, but we know that England can be tricky opposition. They go at a rapid pace. The man in charge of the pitch.
Yeah, I think coming back to that, I think again comes back and begs the question as to what is Pakistan's strength at home. If you want to make any use of home conditions, what are those conditions? I think recognition of that, whether that's leaving grass on the surface. Oh, big shout. He's just done come back off the surface, pleading. Naseem Shah pleading. Rizwan pleading behind the stumps. Kumar Dharmasena unmoved. Shan's asking. He's still asking. Yeah, well, let's have a look. There's the last review Pakistan have.
Directive third umpire with a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's fair levies go to front time when available, please. Front on. It's clearly no bet. You can go to ball trick when available. Just waiting on ball trick and Kumar. No bet. Original decision was not out. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets as umpire's call. Kumar will get you back on screen and you can stay with your original decision. If not out, you're on screen.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Well, it is a game of very, very fine margins, as you have just seen. He can shake his head.
I mean, the expressions they're suggesting that it was Pakistan's wicket. And he could have easily given that out also, Dharmasena.
Yeah, it's a common practice, isn't it, to give a benefit of doubt to the batters. But when a bowler is faced with such placid track, the benefit should be given to the bowler.
Yeah, it was much closer. Hence why Naseem was pleading. Hence why Rizwan behind as well joined in. Shan was looking for support for the review.
Oh, this one as well. Once again pleading. Dharmasena looks away. Heard a couple of sounds.
Yeah, very close of picking up a scalp. Not to be. There's a little bit of inside edge. Pakistan will not go for a DRS because they don't have, probably still have one, because that last call was umpire's call. Right, 469 for 3.
With the second new ball, he has bowled his heart out. Yes, there was inside edge. You need luck. You definitely need luck as a bowler to prevail on a surface like this.
Yeah, I heard a couple of sounds. He's come to that point where it's almost desperation. Couple of deliveries that have just held with the angle into the right-hander. England now trail by 87. Day 3 here of this first test. A couple of deliveries, plenty of action in Naseem's previous over, just darting back in off the seam. They were sure. Pakistan was absolutely confident. They've got Joe Root. Dharmasena disagreed. He maybe gestured height. They took the review. Showed umpire's call. Hence why the disappointment.
Yes, buddy.
Yeah, definitely a much better and inspired spell from Shaheen Shafri. I beg your pardon, Naseem Shah with the second new ball. Bend his back, got the ball to wobble in the air, deviate off the surface.
I mean, flighting the ball is good, but I think with the new ball is more potent when he forces the issue. He goes a little bit flat and straight. Yeah, something like that.
He just pushed a long on back, which is hovering Babar Azam. Mid-off as well, slightly behind the 30-yard circle, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Cameraman doing a fantastic job. It's a tireless job in the heat. There's air and then there's that. Must be a tired man. Into his 34th over now, 170 runs. He's been hit all around the park. A day he'll want to forget.
Yeah, he's completely off. It's better for the captain to look at another option.
That's too easy for England against Abrar. It's 471 for 3.
.222 in between Joe Root and Harry Brook, both past their centuries, both having a phenomenal time with the bat. Naseem, at the end of his previous over, asked for one more. He looked at his skipper and said, give me one more. I'm going to bowl his 5th in his spell. I don't think he's gotten anything on that, Naseem, on the way back.
Aruju earlier asking question, what kind of pitch Pakistan should prepare? What's Pakistan's home strength? I think it depends on what the talent is. And right now, I think there's a lot of confusion. Because spin department is a bit bare. Fast bowling, we've got 2 fast bowlers that are coming back after injuries. And batting doesn't thrive under testing conditions. There's a lot of ifs and buts when you're farming out a strategy, how to go for the kill in home conditions. So for the next test match, I don't know, I mean, whether Pakistan should leave more grass on the surface, because you've seen the spin department has not really functioned. So pin your hopes on Shaheen Afridi and Naseem Shah and Amir Jamal and go for Brook.
There was a tinge of grass on this surface, but it didn't bring anything for the faster bowlers. So just leaving the grass is not going to do anything.
They did leave more grass in Bangladesh. Shan Masood in one of his press conferences gave measurements as well, 6 millimeters and 9 millimeters of grass left on the Pindi surfaces respectively.
The other option is to leave it a bit abrasive. Maybe a third day pitch or something where the new ball also does a little bit, you know, few cracks, so that you get something out of the surface.
That'll suit Pakistan, provided the spinners come to the fore. Yeah, doesn't matter what kind of a pitch is produced. You have to make sure as a curator that first 3 days it favors the batsman. Next 2 days it tilts towards the ball, towards the bowlers. That's how everywhere the pitches are produced. You know, there has to be natural variation occurring in the pitch. You know, we were told time and again that this pitch will deteriorate very quickly. We haven't seen that. The look has belied the behavior, that's for sure.
And we talk about the surface that we're playing on at the moment. It's so rock solid from underneath. Everyone spoke about the cracks that we could see visibly as well. I mean, they're almost wide enough to jar your finger through, but it doesn't really essentially crack or crumble around the edges. So it doesn't really break up unless it hits one off crack and does deviate. It doesn't really do much. So coming back to the point as to, you still want to have some sort of advantage. You still want to be eyeing a result. Surfaces like this,
let me tell you, David Garr has been looking for a left-handed get. He's itching to go out there and bat.
Gives him the charge and blasts this away through the offside. That is again spectacular from Brook. It's 476 for 3.
Great shot, really is something special from Brook, this knock. Out of the crease, making room and hitting it crisply.
Well, it is slightly cooler. Only a couple of degrees as that sun sets in the distance. Not so much cooler in the middle. Naseem Shah looks a bit hot and bothered. A review that was so close. And then Harry Brook on the charge did not cheer him up at all. Look at those figures, 0 for 172. And round the park, he's had no control when he's bowled over the wicket, round the wicket into the rough.
Oh!
Half an hour to go to the end of play.
Oh yes,
I mean, as a very simple general impression today, there has been some awesome batting. Whatever the balance between bat and ball, and it is, as we've said so many times, very much in favour of the bat. There's still been some very, very fine stroke making. You know, the absolute control of Joe Root, the simplicity, the grace, the ingenuity of Brook has been just awesome to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, fitness as well. If you think Joe Root, what we're coming to the end of day 3, all but 8 deliveries of this match, Joe Root's been on that pitch. He came in on the 9th delivery of this innings and obviously fielded throughout the first innings of the game. So in this heat, it's about fitness as well. He looks weary at that far end for 78 for 3. Just the 2 wickets in the day. The over rate is low. Not all of that has to do with the bowling side. Some of them that has to do with the batters who have been exhausted and calling for drinks every 3 or 4 overs. Sometimes you just look at over rates and blame the fielding and bowling side, and they have been slow at times, but today it's been about batters asking for a drink and changing gloves.
Naseem Shah is sticking. He wants another over and went to Dharmasena, handed his cap over. Sharmasun was in discussion with Amir Jamal, but Naseem right now wants the ball.
Well, he thought he had Root out, LBW, and then Brook charged him and he wasn't amused, so he's asked his skipper one more at Harry Brook. I'm not having him charge me. We will see. Man goes out, leg side. Brook looks at that man. Fired up Naseem Shah. Can he get anything out of this surface? A little bit of bounce there.
Checking front foot. No, it's a no ball. It's a no ball.
And he's going to have to go again. No ball.
Yeah, if he wanted to have a go at Harry Brook, just forget the no ball for now, that's palpable. But if he wanted to have a go at Brook, you've got to keep him on strike. If you're going to try and test him, if you're going to use this last over of your day to try and make a point, just slipping it leg stump and just down the leg side ain't the answer, I'm afraid.
Cramp again for Root.
I foretell a quiet night in for Joe.
Unlike you two were out on the town last night, I hear.
Yeah,
Out
absolutely.
on the town, back for bed at 10.
Fabulous dinner. Everybody was invited. Everybody came, apart from obviously Nas.
Where were you, Nas?
Doesn't like anybody. Doesn't
the
like
most-
any company at all. So he skipped. Everybody else was there. Everybody else. All the journalists from foreign media, commentators, everybody.
Most lovely house, beautiful garden, excellent food.
I was preparing.
What were you
for
doing?
such-
What
I
were you
was
doing?
preparing
Come on,
for
own up.
such
What were you doing?
an eventful day of Test match cricket. I knew
You're doing
all
absolutely
was going to be
sweet.
happening today. These 2 wickets would
What
have
were you
to be
doing,
called.
Nas? What were you doing?
I went to bed with a chicken biryani
Oh, dull.
and a film on Netflix.
So dull.
Perfection.
What was the
No,
film?
no Bazid Khan.
What was the film?
Moneyball, actually, again.
Oh, God. How many times have you seen that?
5, I think.
Well, I'm happy. It's not just Bazid Khan. He doesn't like anyone throughout. Whatever I've heard, Nas stays out of it. Yeah, he's inspecting how good he looks on camera.
Is this just because I gave you stick for your pitch report and your shoes earlier?
Not really. That was a moment that I'll savor. Two of the best commentators worldwide have come down to my level and commenting on my laces, shoelaces. That is one for the record books.
Good point. Right onto the middle of Root's bat. Anything changing the subject quickly, anything Pakistan could have done differently today? Or was it just the pitcher's one again?
Yeah, the pitch has been difficult, but they've run out of ideas very quickly. Before the second new ball, I just thought that they'd backed off completely. We haven't seen anything different with the new ball either. We haven't seen the short ball attack or anything untoward that way. They haven't packed one side of the field and tried to persist there. It's all been very routine.
Clipped. Shaheen Shah Afridi just gathers it in.
Time for a break. And another cup of Tapal tea. While we consider Bazit's musings on the day. I mean, you're right, all those things are options, you know, just a short burst of something different.
That should do for Nazeem Shah. That's a long spell for him. 6 overs done in that spell, 481 for 3. For 3, and I mentioned the slow over rate again. England, and rightly so, just calling on drinks simply because both of them cramping up a number of occasions. The physio has been busy. Where the physio? Yeah, just stretching those hamstrings. Both have struggled with the hamstrings. .232 the partnership between these two Yorkies. I said earlier, master and the apprentice. Root's been doing it for a dozen years or so. Brook will be doing it for a long time to come. Such grace and ease. They haven't gone into their shell at all. Maybe when Abrar Ahmed bowled into the rough, that stopped them scoring a bit. It's been a joy to watch on an absolute road in Multan.
Yeah, it's the only one in Multan.
Game has come to a standstill. Bowlers tired, waiting for that clock to tick over. And captain just looking on as two of his finest. Try and get a lead here now for England. Quickly the thoughts will turn to a lead and how they're going to win this game from this position. Twice before, England under Stokes and McCullum have conceded 500. Both times they've gone on to win the game. Shaheen with a burst. How long have we got left today? Just 18 minutes. 4 overs. Couple for him. Let's see if he can get one.
We talked about Joe Root as being the master. Moin Ali recently told me a great story about Joe Root, or how during lockdown he got all his videos and analyzed his game, especially why he was getting LBW a lot, and did major analytical work on his game himself really. And after lockdown his average has been through the roof. So self-improvement, we talked about this with Salman Ali Agha himself identifying that he's not playing spin as well as he can, and he's improved on that. But Joe Root has been phenomenal. So to be able to have the ability to spot something and then to work it out yourself is, if that's not a sign of greatness, I don't know what is.
Yeah, spot on. And the other thing he's done, there was a little period in his career where they talked about his conversion rate. Plenty of times he got out between 50 and 100. He's put that to bed as well in the last few years. Every time, not every time, but most of the time, he converts and goes big. Five 200+ scores for Root. So consistent. Often look up and he's got 30, got 40. Last time anyone batted the whole day for England was Joe Root. Gaul 2022. Can he get through and do the same today? That's continued to come. This now the highest 4th wicket partnership for England ever against Pakistan. The previous 2-3-3, Collingwood and Cook at Lord's in 2006. In the air for quite some time. Shaheen Shah Afridi did very well there to get down and stop that. 483 for 3. Jamal, who's probably got the most out of this pitch of the Pakistan bowlers, that skiddy, quick arm that he's got, trajectory. Bazit just throwing it forward next couple of days. Anything in this pitch, Pakistan, not so much the pitch, but with Pakistan psychologically, should they be worried in any way if England get a lead?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The third innings record isn't great, so what I see it simply for England to get as big a lead as they can and then try and bowl Pakistan out. But if that lead goes over 100, 150, we've seen that pressure in that Pakistan dressing room just build and build.
Sweeper tries to get round, does.
And suddenly the players who got hundreds in the first innings, we've seen this before, players who've got hundreds in the first innings, they tend not to score in the second innings and all comes crashing down. That's been a little bit of a theme recently. So as you smile away, Nas, yes, they will be worried.
Well, it's the perfect chance just to buck the trend, isn't it?
Well, it looks like Mohammad Rizwan is their go-to man under pressure in the second inning. Shafiq's stats are pretty good as well. Plenty of batting there. That's what they got to think. Plenty of batting. Right boot. Might have just hit him in the ankle there. .99 overs bowled, 486 for 3. Shaheen's just going to come round the wicket. 5 o'clock local time is when they should have bowled their overs. You always in Test match cricket get the half hour to complete your overs, and often in Test match cricket the half hour is taken and overs aren't completed. Short ball, quick on the pull, still Joe Root.
Yeah, he's quicker on the pull than he is on the getting to the other end. It seems all those shots, the back foot shots and the sweep shots, the ones that sort of trigger the cramp in the back of that right leg. But when you're settled, as confident as he is at the moment, that short ball, you'll see it early. You'll see it early, you get in position early, but let's face it, he is looking forward to getting off this field. Making sure he's not out of course first, getting off this field, getting that cramp looked at, the fluids in. You can invite him to your room, Nas, to watch Netflix with you. While pouring him electrolyte drinks every 10 minutes.
Back over the wicket. Great skill of both these batters, and we've shown the cover drive and how they do it differently, but how late they play the ball. Often tell how late you play the ball, where the ball lands after you hit it. If it lands roundabout by your feet, you know you're playing it right underneath you. Obviously helps that you've been batting for so long, but look at that, right underneath, never pushes out in front. Both these players, unless it's full.
Hit it into the ground, that's what coaches ask.
Enables you to score so heavily behind square as well. Play it as it goes past you.
It's quite a good guide actually, isn't it, for if you're looking to see whether someone's in form or not. When you're not in form, you tend to push out because you're eager to get the bat on ball. You're not trusting yourself to let it come to you. When you're as settled as these two are, and in this sort of form, it's second nature just to let the ball come to you, play it late, and get the benefit.
Short ball pulled again. Root hobbles through for a single, 490 for 3. Most of the players, this lad on the scoreboard says get me round to 5:30. He's been busy with the runs, not so many with the wickets up there. Possibly, probably be the last over of the day, we will see.
Bet your bottom dollar that if for some reason Jamal scoots quickly through this over, Shaheen Shah Afridi at the other end will not be grateful with a chance to bowl another 6 balls.
Nor will Joe Root, looking at him there, seized up again.
They should get him a sedan chair to take him off the field.
Will it be straight to the hitting range for the England team after this? Golf never stops.
Well, you mentioned we saw Paul Collingwood earlier, one of the coaching staff on this tour, mentioned for that record of his that was lost, the partnership record for the 4th wicket. He might be. I mean, there are rumours that the England team has reserved a lot of tee times on the best golf course in the Multan area. Rumours that the head of English cricket, Mr. Rob Key, is staying on the course, or was. And Mr. Collingwood is still there, bottom left. And there are floodlights, I'm told, on the range. Oh yeah, why not? Sweet timing, good fielding. That's just a good sign, just to be able to do that. Scoot across to your right, get the diving stop in at this stage of a long day. Actually, to give a fair amount of credit to both teams, stamina's been pretty good in the field under these conditions. So basically 2 long days in the field for England. Best part of 2 days. Session last night for Pakistan. Long day today. Just the dying moments as Jamal just tries to see if there's anything going to happen before stumps are called, before the bails are removed here tonight. Just one more. Final ball of the day is pulled away down to long leg. 396 runs in the day, day 3 here in Multan. There's some weary body language, not just from the fielding side, who've spent all day in the field, but both Joe Root and Harry Brook, who have played absolutely magnificently. They've had to weather the cramps, they've had to weather the conditions, the heat. And although they must have enjoyed themselves out there the way they batted, I think everyone will be grateful for the inside of the rooms, a few electrolyte drinks, the chance to sit down, the chance to get those legs massaged, and with the prospect of a quiet night in, time to think about what might happen over the last 2 days of this first test match. That last session, the most productive of the day. Remember, of course, basically we're playing an extra half hour and more overs fitted in, but England have been positive with the bat. Run rates have been at a good level throughout the day, but Joe Root will lead them off tonight as the man who now has the most runs in Test cricket for England in history. 3,500s to his name. He's gone up the list there as well. Celebrations in the Root family, just to remind you, as brother Billy is also getting married today. So there'll be champagne where that's happening. I doubt there'll be any in Multan, to be honest. It'll be a little trudge up those steps. There'll be a warm welcome in that room, where there will be huge admiration for yet another Joe Root classic, and in terms of Pakistan and England, yet another Harry Brook 100. Run rate over the course of the day just shy of
Back on pitch side, and it was a day that was dominated by the England batsmen. Lots and lots of runs being scored overall in this test match. Pakistan made 556 in their first innings, and in response, England, they were quite on top, courtesy that wonderful 100 by Joe Root. He's amongst the records galore as well, the highest scorer in tests for England, and then contributions from Harry Brook, who loves to score in Pakistan. 141 not out for him, and then Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley amongst the runs. England now trailing just by 64 runs. Well, what a wonderful day for England overall. They capitalized on the conditions here, and now in terms of the trail, it's only 64. So tomorrow's day is going to be rather interesting in how this test match turns around. But I've got a very, very special guest here with me who really set the tone at the top. Zach Crawley joins us on pitch side alongside David Gower. David, firstly, great day for England overall, you know, just exactly what they wanted, coming in, getting as close to Pakistan as possible, and not to forget Joe Root's special moment, you know, him becoming the highest run getter for England in tests.
Yeah, there's a lot to admire from this man. We'll talk about him in a moment. But from the two who've made hundreds today, the way they've played, kept the run rate up throughout the day. I mean, Joe Root's records, we will hear a lot about over the next 24 hours, the celebrations, you know, the new milestones he's reached. But it's the way they play. I mean, yes, it's a very good pitch. It's a very good pitch for batting on. You know, Pakistan ran out of ideas relatively quickly. But to keep, well, the fitness is one thing, of course, it's all the cramps, but to keep the stroke making going like this, and to watch and admire the slightly different techniques. I mean, Joe is more classical than, say, Harry Brook is. But the ingenuity that Brook brings to the crease, and again, this man brings to the crease as well, means that you're always going to put bowlers under pressure. Now, even though we accept there's a very strong balance in favour of the batsman, has been for 3 days on this pitch, even if you accept that, it's still a question of how hard you make it for bowlers, and England have that knack.
Absolutely, they made it look easy. Zach, of course, you set the tone at the top for England, but just a word on Joe Root as well, because he's definitely the story of the day. You've watched him in the dressing room, played with him as well, all these accomplishments and achievements over the years. What a story he has been for England cricket.
Unbelievable story, yeah. I admired Joe massively even before I came into the team. I came into the team in 2019, and even by then he was an England great. And then, you know, in the last 5 years, he's just built on that, and he's certainly the best player I've ever played with, and he might be the best player I've ever seen. You know, the way he effortlessly scores runs consistently in all conditions. Yeah, I admire him greatly, and he's still got a lot left in the tank, I think.
Absolutely. Well, just in terms of what we required from England, then Pakistan made 556, and you know, England coming out and batting positively the way we saw from you as well. You know, you showed a lot of intent right at the start. I mean, was that the plan, you know, capitalizing on the conditions that you've got here?
Yeah, I think it's a really good pitch to bat on, and we're always trying to win the game, so we knew we had to score, you know, relatively quickly, but at the same time it was a good wicket, and the outfield actually got quicker throughout the game, so we didn't have to try too hard, and we felt like we could score quite quickly, and I feel like myself, Duckett and Brookie probably more aggressive than Rooty, and Rooty kind of bats with us, but even he scores quite quickly as well, so no, it was a really good day for us.
I mean, not just Zach, you've also seen Harry Brook, and everybody's scoring at 5 and over. So it's very clear, David, from England that there's no such thing as scoring slowly, that we saw in the previous innings from Pakistan as well, that there was a time period when they were scoring at 2 and over. England is very clear with their intent and plans when it comes to batting, regardless of the conditions. And it's always this impetus that is required at the top that we saw from Zach, and then later on the whole team sort of carried it through.
Yeah, I was going to ask Zach, because actually you're down a bit compared to the last tour, the first test match in Rawalpindi last time round. I mean, the scoring rates come down, but how much this thought has gone into sort of the balance between remaining positive, you're playing this very positive brand of cricket, and then getting a little bit smarter with it over the last, say, year or so?
Yeah, there has been a bit of thought into that, and the smart is the right word. We don't want to lose aggression. We still want to be very, very positive, but it's just doing it in the right way, and I think Brookie and Rooty showed that right at the end there. It was pretty chanceless, wasn't it? They scored at 5 and over, like you say, but it wasn't like we were playing here last time, where I feel like we were actually chancing it a bit more, and against other teams, certainly we've hit balls in the air and we're dancing down the wicket a bit more, which was great to watch, and we loved playing in that. But I think we've definitely become more clinical and a bit smarter, and yeah, I think we're reaping the rewards of that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a great position.
It's absolutely a great position. I mean, just in terms of the plan then, have you had a talk with the team how long England is going to be batting, or is it just a case of looking at it session by session?
No, we're very present as a team. We don't look too far ahead. We'll congratulate Joe and Harry about the day they've just had, and then probably in the morning we'll discuss what we're going to do in the first session, and then at lunch we'll discuss after that, but we won't look too far ahead because, you know, things can change quite quickly out here. Maybe it'll start spinning and they bowl us out, or maybe it'll start reversing and they bowl us out, so you can't get too far ahead. But we're in a good position, and we'll look to kick on for most of tomorrow, I'd have thought.
I mean, our co-commentators who've seen Pakistan at close quarters for the last couple of years now are slightly worried about the third innings, where their figures are not great. So, I mean, it opens up a possibility either way, even if you stay level or if you get a big lead. It opens up possibilities, even though this pitch is still playing very, very well.
Absolutely, we'll try and win the game right to the last, the last breaths of the game. So that's the one thing we have spoken about is where even when they were, I don't know what they were, 500 for 6 or whatever they were, or 7 at some point, we were saying we could still win this game, and we believe that. We feel like we're always in the game, and we will always try and win it, no matter what the position we're in. So certainly we'll be throwing some punches.
Indeed.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. We're not going to keep you here long. I'm sure you want to go and rest and unwind in the dressing room. Thank you so much for your thoughts, but you're going to stay here as we we're not letting you go anywhere, but we're going to take a short breather on pitch side. When we do come back, we'll have a closer look at what happened today. back on pitch side and now being joined by Ramiz Raja. Ramiz, tough day for Pakistan. Overall, Pakistan bowlers struggled to take wickets. I mean, that's exactly what they needed if they wanted to get into a position of winning this test match. But that wasn't to be. Abrar Ahmed also struggling. So no real threat when it comes to their bowling as far as today is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, somebody really had to hold one end up, and Pakistan couldn't find any bowler who would do that. Great batting conditions. But you know, the fact is that Pakistan will be troubled not only by this bowling performance, but also with the way England have batted and batted aggressively to put them in a corner when it comes to batting in the last innings on day 4, day 5 pitch, because of late the performance in the 4th and 5th day has been pretty diabolical, to say the least. So, I mean, that would be troubling Shan Masood. What now? I mean, how to drag yourself out of this situation, which has been a demoralizing situation, into something of a happy moment for them when they go out to bat again, because it's a matter of survival now. And very few teams can have that feeling after scoring almost 600 runs. You know, they scored 600 runs and still felt that they were behind 8 ball. That's quite a strange way of handling first innings mammoth score.
Yeah, look at it the other way just for a moment, if you can, which is this is the perfect chance to try and break that trend, to change that trend. But I understand your concerns because we've all seen the figures over the last sort of year or two and some of the situations that Pakistan have got themselves into. But for Shan Masood, yes, you're absolutely right. He's whatever he says to that room. First of all, tomorrow there's more time in the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
Secondly, when they get the chance to bat again, then the people who got runs in the first innings need to capitalise on that form, and the people that didn't need to make up for it.
The other point, David, is that, as we all know, who've played the game, that to go out there with a draw mentality, looking to draw the game, because I think that's a decision that probably will be forced by England on Pakistan. If they get a lead of 150, 200 runs, is never an easy option, because you're looking to defend, and that can drag you into a negative spiral.
Yeah.
Well, before we get there, Pakistan still has to get England out. I mean, you're talking about very little help from this wicket. We've seen so many runs being put together by England and Pakistan. Just a quick look at how things look for England today. What a partnership it's been by Harry Brook and Joe Root right at the top. 176 is what Joe Root is on. And Harry Brook, like we said, he scored about 500 runs the last time he toured Pakistan. And he sort of started off from where he left, 141 today as well. And there wasn't any point where it looked like this partnership is going to be breaking. The fantastic moment for Joe Root when his record came through. David, I'm sure his family, his friends, and the whole of England cricket and all England fans will be extremely happy with this achievement.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a smattering of England fans here to watch it live. There'll be plenty watching at home on the television. There'll be millions of Joe Root admirers who kind of been waiting for the moment, because there was a sense of inevitability about it, and the way he plays, the fitness levels, his age. I mean, he's got plenty of runs left in him, but just in this year alone, I mean, the number of records he's slid past with graceful ease just pile up and up. I mean, test hundreds, test runs. It's an extraordinary career so far, and there are plenty of years left in it as well. I mentioned earlier on air that his brother Billy's getting married today as well, so the Root family will be certainly breaking out the champagne back in Wales, I think, where the marriage is, where the wedding is. There won't be any here, because Joe still has work to be done. He still has things to do. But because this partnership is going so well, I mean, the great temptation to say, right, to the two of them, start again tomorrow morning, all being well without the cramps, pile it on, because the two ways are to get level, try and bowl Pakistan out and then chase something, or to go a long way ahead, which with the way the pitch is at the moment, I think going a long way ahead is probably just favourite.
Right. And you talk about Pakistan and their strategy, Ramiz. I mean, how should they regroup and come back tomorrow? It's important to discuss what their approach is going to be now.
I think it's imperative for Pakistan to have a good environment in the dugout, because you just can't go down on day 4, because there's still a lot of effort that is required. I think to delay the inevitable, ask Abrar to once again maybe bowl from round the stumps into the pads. He bowled reasonably well to control the flow of runs. And also for Shaheen Afridi and the other pacers to come to terms with discipline. I think they showed promise. Naseem Shah definitely with the second new ball, but because England had the rhythm and the form, even the good balls were put away. So you got to think positive. Somehow you've got to get a couple of wickets in the first session to make England sweat just a little bit and delay that effort to declare the innings.
From an England perspective then, David, they'd be looking to bat as long as they can. Like you said, sort of really get closer to that Pakistan total, which they certainly will, and then get a lead.
Well, I mean, the thing about England is that they're very good at pushing a game forward. And if you've got men in this sort of form on this sort of pitch, then you're in the perfect position to keep the game moving forward. You haven't got time to waste. Even though there's 2 clear days, we've seen the way the cricket is played in this part of the world and on pitches like this. So the quicker they can push the game forward, the better for them. Therefore, they can construct a position with a big lead. Even then, I mean, the odds are, you should say, that Pakistan with their batting, the pitch I don't think is going to break up. It's not going to crumble. So even then, Pakistan have to just steel themselves and make sure no disasters occur, just to keep Ramis, calm. But the big lead possibilities, I think, is still the best way for England.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts, David and Ramiz. And there you heard it. It's going to be an interesting day's play tomorrow. Day 4 is going to be crucial with regards to this test match, and it will indicate where things are headed in this particular first test match that we have. Tomorrow, our coverage starts at 9:25 a.m. and we'll be coming live from Multan Cricket Stadium. Well, fantastic day for England. They definitely dominated all the proceedings, and there's plenty of action lined up for you tomorrow. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us.
ओए खुद ही कैच Catch it!